All right, guys, today we got a special guest in the house. This man has become one of my closest brothers. We talk all the time. He got so much time and expertise in this game. I'm talking about the one and only Doughboy Hicks. Mark, what's good with you, man?
What's going on, brother? How you doing, Panda? I'm just chilling with you in the jungle, chilling out. After this, you promised me that you was going to introduce me to some Pandex, and so, man, I'm just waiting for the end of this interview, man.
Yo, man, I already told my auntie to give you.
Yo, auntie, okay.
All right. No, I mean, because we know you old and everything. You know what I mean? I'm still a little bit of a young Thundercat. You know what I mean? I'm just saying.
I like them Thundercats, man. Hey, man, that's the older you get, man. You gotta, health is wealth. So I'm ready for the battle, man.
Yo, and you know what? I gotta commend you, bro. I seen you've been taking steps to get healthier since our last interview and everything too. Like, oh, man, you've been doing a great job, bro. For real.
Appreciate it, man.
Yeah, so what you think about the feedback from the last interview, man?
The feedback was great, man. And the thing with dealing with like your platform, hip hop, we are based on inquisitivity. So, man, you answer so many questions and you got a community. And some of your community are nice people and they say hard things to people who got waterheads like me. But I mean, man, it's just some great, some of your interview, a lot of your interviews, you get, I get the answers I need. And it's just, and it's great. And so when my interviews, people was asking questions in the comments, and hey, some of them was even correcting me when I misspoke on certain things. And yeah, and it's cool. And I mean, I don't remember the exact ones, but the ones that stood out. And even I went in there and tried to correct it. Some of it was error because, hey, man, I got a 30-year career. So sometimes I don't just totally go blank, but sometimes maybe the year or the certain people, it corrects. But man, I mean, it was great. I got great feedback on it, man. And I love your marketing style. I like your marketing concepts, how you do the interview. I mean, you promote and you want people to, you want the people to collab because you want the subjects, which people like me, you want them to promote. It's like a quid pro quo kind of thing. And, people need to be appreciative of that.
For sure, man. What'd you think about the ET phone home comments, man?
Oh, that was a little bit, alien. That was a little bit uncalled for.
Yeah, that was a little bit too much, huh?
Yeah, but come on, this is kind of. Hey, man, I had, with that type of stuff, it's kind of funny because honestly, we look at ourselves and we kind of like I said last interview, and it's not like me crashing myself, but every person on this earth, it's that point at 3 a.m. where you sitting in bed and you just like, man, you having a reality talk with yourself. You may be like, man, I'm bad or I'm too nice, but we all are our critics. And it's like, sometimes you can laugh at it. So when you already know, it's already been premeditated in your mind about how people look at you or something, it's cool. You know what I mean? But but do it really matter? That's just one person or 400 people that got that opinion.
What you hear from people in the industry that about the interview?
Well, one thing that I do, and I don't believe in stolen valor. So when I don't know, your community is just like, I don't believe in stealing somebody's. If this person said, hey, Fred, he created this, I'm not gonna come on here and take credit for him. I mean, take credit for the work he did. So when I it's not like I name drop, but I give appreciation because, like, got OGs in the games like Renee McLean and Anthony Daughtry, and it was Tyrone Clark that was one of the first guys in Fuzzy. Those guys picked. It's like it's 7 billion people in the world, and I don't know live in Detroit, but they pick belief in me. And that's something that I will always, till the day I die, I will appreciate. And so, you have to have that humble note, because if you don't, it's karma to it, because I even see some people that did interviews recently, and it probably one and done. They was taking credit for all type of stuff, and man, you just don't do that type of stuff, man. That's stolen valor. In my book, I don't know, maybe it's another word in the Webster's dictionary, but so I really give props to the people who who deserve it. And that's the original answer to your question. Those people were very appreciative. They reposted my stuff, and I really didn't do it for they repost, but I just want to tell it the way it is. It's almost like, I don't know if like fans are, viewers are into Star Wars, but it's almost like a Jedi. This the Jedi's castle and the buildings got destroyed, and it was like Jedi's became like an unknown fact of, but and we have to appreciate, because we're living history. And when I go, hopefully somebody's going to tell a tale about me, and when they go, somebody's going to tell a tale about that. That's history. And I really, and I appreciate platforms like you to give me a chance to speak on situations in my past.
No doubt, man. All right, so getting right into it, man. Black Child from Murder Inc. recently was on Cam Capone News, right? Shout out to Cam Capone. That's my guy.
Right.
And he had mentioned Proof got jumped in Miami by Murder Inc. And this is the reason why Black Child to this day doesn't go to Detroit, because he said he put in work. Now, were you surprised when he had brought this up after so many years, and with Proof, had been gone and stuff like that?
Well, I mean, honestly, it shows. I'm gonna make a blanket statement, but it shows his character, because a discreet man knows how to hold his tongue. And with that being said, part of it, it's a big kernel of truth in what he was saying, but it was a two-way street, because yeah, Proof was down there vacationing, and yeah, he didn't have his security. Proof was just down there dolo, by himself. And stuff happened, but Proof got alerted to the cause, and he got out of there. And he did, he got out of there, and ironically, it happened in Florida. He alerted us on what was happening. He got to another city in Florida, and he flew back out. His vacation ended very quickly. And ironically, on their side, it happened up here. The alias guys or the Chris Gottis and all of them, they know that when they came up here, they had to get their ass out of here. And that's all of this is common facts, is all street legend. So when he's saying, different stuff like that, it's like, okay, it's okay, and what? It's that's what I think about it. It wasn't nothing biggie. And we sign up for this. We sign up for this. We sign up for this. It's a part of the rules of the game. That's almost like when a policeman, he every day he goes to work, he says a prayer, he know there's some shit that's gonna happen. He may have a day when he be a policeman, where something doesn't happen. But in hip hop, man, you always gotta expect that. And if you're around the game and you in the industry, it's not gonna be, some stuff is going to, happen.
Right. I saw this little interview that Proof had did with allhiphop.com, and it said that this happened on May 3rd, 2003, the actual event. And Proof was with like two other guys, and I guess it was like 12 or 14 people against them three. And he said Irv was there though, and he said it's like, he didn't really get seriously hurt. He just got like a couple cuts, a little bruised, but he said it's on and popping.
Yeah, but it was, man, that was so like the norm back in them days. That was almost like, everybody got out. Well, I can't say everybody got out uh, with with us unscathed, just in that whole war. But man, it was just part of the game. That's like if you were around the game, that stuff happens, and yeah, it could have ended bad, but it could have ended bad on both parts. But it's not like, up here in Detroit, they know we not no hoes. You know what I mean? They know we not,
Absolutely.
and so well, it's it's crazy that he would keep bringing that stuff up after 20 odd years, because it's like it should be more to his career or whatever.
Well, I think to be fair, it was because he was getting interviewed about the whole 50 Cent beef, the G Unit situation, you know what I mean, on the plane with Ja Rule and everything like that. And then this got brought up, like how it stemmed from and everything. But I hear you. I don't think that this detail was needed to be thrown in there because, of Proof being gone and everything. But yeah, that's unfortunate, man.
Yeah, and I get it. Let's be real,
Yeah.
with with Uncle Murder and Tony Yayo and Ja Rule having that incident, it's hyperbole,
Right.
Everybody's trying to like sell more of the sizzle, But it's cool. I wish him success, and I wish he, get a couple more hits so he can have more more to talk about.
So Proof had responded on a song off the I Miss the Hip Hop Shop album, right? On the song Jaw and a Bra. And he basically said Chris Gotti got him set up, and when he see Chris and Black Child, it's on. So like Proof himself like put it out there, you know.
Right. Yeah.
So
Yeah, it was.
do you remember like your reaction like when you got the call and everything like that from Proof, or you found out what happened?
Well, man, when it's an old saying, when a snake is in the house, you don't have time to conversate. And so we were on real time of getting the information and being, hey, I'm here. We figured out a way to get him out of there. And then Proof, like, got out of that situation. He did get out of there. And then he got a ride with he may have been with one other person, that because he was vacationing. Sometimes Proof being a leader and being like one of the, like he's technically was the mayor of Detroit. He has to get away. He would get away
Mm-hmm.
to Arizona. He would get away to Florida, you know, and so he would just like he needed some downtime. So he found the way to get. I want to believe we got him out of there, out of like I can't remember the city, but he got there. We made it where he got on a plane. True enough, he may have lost some clothes or something at the hotel. I don't believe he even went to the hotel. We just got him out of there. But it wasn't like no like loss or something. I believe it was like the first day he was there. So it wasn't like no, it wasn't no crazy stuff. We didn't have no show. We didn't have nothing going on. He was just like, he was just there.
Do you remember like M's reaction to the whole situation?
It was, man, comes with the territory. No, he wasn't
Got you.
overreacting. It comes to the territory. It was because you gotta remember, man, that at that time we were so experienced, just not having success, but in hip hop. Because hip hop is a combative. It is a combative sport sometimes. So even with rap battles, different things, and so man, we were like on our shit. That was in '03, you said. So man, all of us was like inoculated in hip hop during the '80s. All of us like are in the same age bracket. So you thinking, man, and we've been dealing with hip hop for at that point like 14, 15 years.
Right.
So that it just comes with it. And I'm not trying to sound vague, but it comes with the territory. Now, when I was in music business school, I learned about because my last interview. We don't have, they go watch that one, get PANDA some more money, get them some more ads. But when I was in music business school, yeah, you follow the fundamental about the music business, about publishing, copyrights, how to promote a record, what you can do, what you can't do, how to bend the rules. But when you get in the game, and especially in hip hop, it's a certain element you got to adjust yourself, you know. So all of that just came with the territory.
Yeah, because I was wondering if, that situation inspired M later on to write what he did in Like Toy Soldiers, and, where he said, me and Dre try to stop the 50 and Jaw beef from happening. You know what I'm saying? And then you see in the music video, obviously, what happens to Proof in the music video.
Yeah, that's just like that's just life. Ironic, like Alanis Morissette song. It was just an ironic. Um, it was just an ironic situation. But I will tell you, Proof and Eminem, just being around them, and like I said, they're very reflective, and they're thinkers. I mean, these guys are really, really thinkers. You see what the camera, when they're in front of a camera, you may be like, oh, they're funny guys, or they do this, but they are like some of the smartest men that I've had the honor of, getting to know and call friends. And I think M do a lot of reflection, and a lot of stuff that he do, even in my life now. As I got older, I get it. Like M would always sit away and be a thinker, but myself back then, I was like, I had the party house. I was always single, or I was in and out of relationships, and everything was coming at me like all the time in real time. But I always noticed M was really like a thinker on stuff. So some of those songs and some of those hit records he made, he would be reflecting. He would sit away, and it would be a very, he would just come up with concepts. And of course, the world knows he's a studio rat. So he's always in the studio constantly. And, by the power of God, he made enough in his life to have his own studio. So he always had time to make music. So a lot of that comes out of it.
Right, for sure, man. What was your reaction when you heard the song Jaw on a Bra?
John abroad. What's
Yeah,
that?
the song that Proof responded to Murder Inc. on
Oh,
Miss.
that song, man. They were gonna they were gonna do what they were gonna do. Proof, it was just wanting to once again, we set up Proof gladly, where Proof had his own freedom. He had his own label. He had it. Proof had a lot of outward. He could express himself because we had set him up, and it just wasn't me. It was like it was a team of us, where we gave Proof like his freedom, and he could write stuff, he could drop mixtapes, he could do this. And so and that's one thing with an artist wants his freedom, so he was free to express himself. Proof had a couple of studios, and he could like bang out something. So when he got home, he could do that.
For sure, man.
But once again, though, I think the question you're asking me, we was always prepared, like for stuff, so you know that was just one incident. But Proof knew, like, you know, he knows it's an action, you're gonna get a reaction. So he knew what he was doing.
What was the whole aura like in Detroit during that time when Shady G Unit Aftermath was beefing with Murder Inc. and Benzino and the Source and stuff like that? Like, what was that time period like in the city?
It was amazing. It was, I mean, honestly, um, at that time, we didn't have like a lot of, like, now it's 50 artists that's popping in Detroit. I know that sounds crazy, but when you really count like the artists, even the artists, even the singers. So at that time, we were a niche. We were like, it was like it was a niche. Of course, you had like some of the major players like Rock Bottom, Street Lords, Cheddar Boys, but at that time, we was the ones that was major. And man, it all was that phone call where this is really answer your question. It was that phone call where M and Paul, they went out to the to Wendy's Day event, and they, and just stuff just happened, miracles. So we started getting word like, hey, M is in the studio with Dr. Dre. Everybody was like, what? And after that rumor, and it spread through our crew, like the D12 and the affiliates, because at the time, Rico Shelton, my former partner in management, he had an independent label where he had, you know, he had Bazaar, and he had the Nine and Conniva, and he also, and I was managing Proof. So that little niche circuit we had, we started hearing like, it was in the studio with Dr. Dre, and Interscope is gonna sign him. After that buzz, man, I call it the Eminem explosion. And once again, you had some of the greats, some of the pantheon of people behind the scenes. Like, you had Paul Rosenberg, who was managing M, and he was out there like, Paul, I've always considered like, that's one of my big bros who's like a Jerry Maguire, like that movie. And it was like a symphony. And with all that happening, we was having so much success. We were really having big success. But then in hip hop, that's when the thunder come in. Cause you gotta remember, right? It was at that point, it was Ja Rule and Jay-Z, they were like the kings. And you had the Southern guys too. You had the Cash Money, and you had, the No Limit. And everybody was just like, it was almost like, all due respect on a marketing tip, some of their buzz was winding down. And then here come this Haley's Comet of Eminem coming in, and it just exploded. It was like, and it was like it was like the rebirth of Dr. Dre, because Dr. Dre hadn't had he had the Chronic in early 90s, and then he had the After, and then he broke up with a Death Row, and then he did the Aftermath compilation. That was like, it was good, but it was like, but then when he came and recreated himself with 2001 album and M, it just shapeshift the whole industry. And I was in the music business because I had a marketing company I had a really successful marketing company. So I was like 2 for 1. I was like managing Proof, and then I also had my marketing company. So I mean, I kind of didn't. I had a jaundiced eye. I had more of an experience of eye of what was going on and what my counterparts, from all over the world, because I got counterparts in the promo game all over the world, and they were like, "Man, you guys y'all guys are the new era," and that's what it was. And dude, hating started coming out. And then you got to remember, we only had like, back in them days, we had magazines, periodicals, and we had TV. And so we would get the information, because some of those magazines, it took them 2 months to come out. Pause. And so we would get it on like maybe an AOL chat, like, man, this guy talking shit about you. You're like, wait, he talking shit? And then it would take us like a day or two to confirm. And the internet was very new then. We didn't have iPhone, we didn't have social media. I guess AOL and MSN Messenger was our social media. So we would get it in real time. I mean, we would get it in slow time. It wasn't real time how it is now. Like if Young Thug said, "Hey, I want to beef with Drake today," that kid can get hot in 2 hours. Now back then it would take like, wait a minute, Young Thug said it about Drake. Wait, we gotta confirm that. And then the magazines would take like a month later to come out with an article on that. So it was all like slow. And then mixtapes came out. So it was all about it was about communication, getting your message across. And back then, then like, the mixtapes brothers, they came in and it was a way to relay messages and news about how people felt about you. So it took us, we were on like delay, but we knew what was going on. We was very, when you're a part of the game, you know what's happening.
But was the vibe in the city really tense at that time though? Like for Ja Rule and Benzino and Murder Inc.?
No, because they wouldn't bring their ass to the city. They would they would not, because Detroit is a whole nother, Detroit is a whole nother area. That's a whole, yeah, they could talk shit online and they may try, but no, they wouldn't come here. They may have tried, Benzino tried to come here, but a lot of that stuff was staged.
Got you. Because I think that one of the biggest things that stand out from that beef, right, was when Ja Rule really crossed the line, in my opinion, and even Black Child said that he crossed the line too. So to Black Child's credit, he even said that Ja Rule went too far with what he said about Haley and what he said about Kim and stuff like that, because like you brought it into another territory now with what you're saying. You remember what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, but that all goes back to, okay, I get that, but let's not look at the trees, let's look at the forest. When I talk about the Eminem explosion, that is probably that is a big part of it, because that came Eminem, 50 Cent was next into the whole Eminem explosion. So I don't know if you remember this one, but you remember Jay-Z told Rockefeller, like, yo, they coming for us. That 50, they're coming for us. And I just want y'all to know. And so when 50 came out, and then 50, like, he did the you know, wankster, and he was like really going at, it's almost like it ain't no fun when a rabbit got the gun. So you gotta remember that he came with this whole, it was like 50 came and he was really sitting on the whole Murder Inc. thing. And I'm not trying to be, with this interview, I'm trying to be not biased. But if you look at it from just a regular fan, because I am a regular fan. I've been in the game all this time, but I love hip hop. And hey, I will, like, if I'm on a date and I want to go buy a CD, I buy a CD, back then. But so as a fan of hip hop, man, 50 was murdering on the whole Murder Inc. And it's all been it's all been verified that it was looking bad. The album sales were not doing good. It was a lot of stuff going on. And it wasn't a marketing strategy, it just was happening. 50 had the freedom, because he did a nice deal, with Paul and Theo Settlemeyer, and he had a nice deal. And it's all the stuff I'm saying, it's all documented. And 50 had freedom where he had G Unit Records. He could still put out mixtapes. And man, he was getting, so Ja Rule had to, like, strike missiles out. He had to do something. And that was totally wrong what he did. But and I could see from his point of view, he had to do something, because he was sitting like platinum on platinum. He was MTV's darling. He was BET's darling. And then for this 50 to come out of the clear blue sky and just like, whoop, just take his energy. That was deep, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because Ja Rule and M were cool prior to that, right? And 50 himself has said that before, that they were cool before that. But I guess Ja Rule took it personal, like, hey, you putting this guy on who I got problems with, so now I got an issue with you as a result.
But I don't know how cool they were. I don't, how cool do you think they were in your opinion?
Well, 50 said that, they hung out one time and they were talking about doing songs together or something like that. I don't know, but
I don't know. One thing, M is a respecter of. He's a respect. That ain't even a word. He is he appreciates and he is in love with the hip hop culture. And I believe the hip hop culture, you could be green, purple. I don't believe in like, I don't believe in like, appropriating or whoever. I don't, I have a different, that's a whole nother topic. But so M always appreciates artists. So he probably did like if he probably, yeah, he did appreciate, because I never like, M was like not that type of guy who was like a hater. He appreciated art. So if it was one art, and that's what people are like, oh man, M like that. You'll see like even in, you'll look, it's on YouTube where M got like all these, he collects cassette tapes and he has all these tapes, and you'll be like, oh, he was like 783, or he like Antoinette. I know I'm older than you, that's when my age kicking in. And M really appreciated like even acts where you would think that was whack. He fuck with them, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, I could see that, but yeah, it wasn't like he went in there like, oh, I hate guys and all of that. And you know,
You know what? One thing that I really appreciate about M is that he understands that without the people that came prior to him, like you can say like now from a technical standpoint, his skill level is better than a lot of people that came before him, right? But his skill level wouldn't exist or be where it's at today without the people that came before him. It's like, like when you compare like Dr. J to LeBron now, like, the dunk or whatever, right? Like it was so impactful during that time period, and that had to exist at that time in order for LeBron to get to where he is. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like M really appreciates that, and he acknowledges that.
yeah, I
When
mean,
a lot of people don't, though. They'd be like, oh, that's that old shit, and dismiss it.
well, all of us are, it's not like we're like, 10 years above each other, but it's almost the old, it's almost that, I think it's an African saying that the youth can't teach the elders about tradition. And to that point, M has always respected everybody from, you know, you know, like everybody, like the jazzy, the jazzies and the 70s, Brucey B's, Brucey, and I'm like messing up their names, but he respected that. Even when Proof, the whole stage show setting and is Naughty by Nature. The when you see how like the whole interaction of the early Eminem shows, a lot of that came from Naughty by Nature. Had one of the best shows. They still have one of the best shows ever. We really, and now you could probably see it on YouTube now, but the way Vin Rock and Tretch and just and even I mean, in KG with DJ, that is like you could freeze that, and that would be like hip hop. That would be a hip hop show. And I was so glad, even during Proof funeral, Naughty by Nature came, because they knew, they came to the funeral. And I was like sitting there, and of course I was mourning, but I see, oh man, that would, because those guys, and they came before, Naughty by Nature came like 8 years before the whole Eminem explosion, and you gotta pay respects to it. So it's the tradition thing. And always respect, like the Grandmaster Caz and the Furious Five and all of that. Like you said, their cadence. Does M share their cadence? It's just in my opinion. No, he don't. But he knows where they were going with it, and it's all about hip hop. Is like a gumbo. Panda, you bring in the beans. I'm bringing the fried chicken. You know what I mean? I'm bring. We all bringing something to the table, and I love how, I love how hip hop, and that's our culture. We all bring something to the table to make it better.
For sure, man. What do you think about the whole Benzino and Eminem and Source Magazine situation?
I just think Benzino need to let that go. Everybody is getting older, and everybody living their life. Em is a peaceful person. He didn't. I mean, he's inspiration to me. The time, like, hey, do I hang with him every day? But when the time I can have, when during like behind the scenes and he's around, man, he just like his energy is so great, man. He's like he's just really, I don't want to say at peace because I'm not in his self, but he's at peace and he do good for the world. I mean, he do so much good. He's a good man. And I mean, and when I say that a good man, yeah, just because he's a friend, but I just think, nah, I know he do so much good for the world. And the thing about him, he does not want to be acknowledged for the good he do. That's like a no-no. If he does not, and that's like one of the great things about him, man. And it's just like, even with the whole Shady family, they do a lot of good stuff for the community and just over the world. Of course, charity begins at home, but they do so much good for the world and everything, and some of the stuff they do, they suffer political consequences, I'm not gonna get into that because that's like a whole different layer, but it's like they really, for the good they do it's certain stuff that they have to deal with. And I guess we get that from your first one of your first questions of when you have success in hip hop, of course thunder is gonna come, rain is gonna come. It's gonna happen. So I guess that's the answer to that. But I think that Benzino, well, okay, Benzino, I mean, hey, Benzino, like right now, if Benzino didn't wake up tomorrow or today, he is considered a founder of one of the biggest hip hop platforms in the history, the Source. Sans his career, we all have our problems. Like, I love to eat, but I'm not the best cook. So, I mean, but hey, am I a good ass eater? Am I a world renowned eater, a foodie? Fuck yeah. But you can't discredit the contribution Benzino did bringing the standard of the Source. I mean, and
Let,
this
let
is the
me let me just stop you right there and commend you on that, okay? Because that's the one thing that I don't like when people don't like somebody, they try to discredit everything about them. And it's like, you can't change history. Like, this person was still a part of this, they did this. Even if you don't like them overall as a person, you can't change the fact that, hey, he did contribute with the Source. Maybe he wasn't the founder exactly, like the first, early on with like John Schechter and right, and what's my man's name?
oh shit, what we got?
I can't even. I don't know why I'm tripping. How do I
I
remember?
know John Schechter. I should. They rap group to give a benefit. They rap group with big men on campus. It was John Schechter and I'm drawing a blank too. Yeah, but yeah,
Dave Mays. Sorry, I'm
Dave
sorry.
Mays.
Dave
Yeah.
Mays, right? Yeah, like Dave Mays and John Schechter were the original founders, right? But when Benzino came in, he did help take things to a different kind of level because, and I always say this though, is that like in hip hop, especially during that time, street cred was very important, right? Street cred was very important. It brought authenticity and everything like that. So him and the made men and every his group and stuff like that, they did help hold down the Source, right? So that has to count for something. And I know people have their issues with Benzino and they feel the way they do, whatever, but I just don't like when people try to erase everything like he didn't do anything.
But it was an appreciation for them because even with the Source, and this is just me just freestyling. So my whole life I've been around rappers. Okay, so let's break it down. Bad Meets Evil, Royce and Eminem project. The first label they were on was Game Records. Voila, John Schechter from the Source. Okay,
Mm.
and then one of the first people who worked at Shady Records was a brother by the name, a friend of mine, Riggs Morales. He worked at the Source. He made a transition where he started working with Shady Records. And all this is documented. So it was like, it wasn't a quid pro quo, but it was like everybody was working with each other. You know, Paul had clients, you know, Paul Rosenberg and manager, he had clients, you know, before, even during the time he was managing him, everybody had a rapport with each other. But once again, like they're saying, when it's a snake, I think that's might be an art of war. When a snake is in the house, you can't negotiate. It's not like if we sit here and it's a big ass cobra in the house, we can't, you know, we can't just be like, okay, we're gonna have some coffee, we're gonna do this, we're gonna address that Tuesday. No, they were taking like hard shots at us. They were like recording phone calls and all that kitty shit. They were like really coming and they were using their power to throw nuclear bombs at the whole Shady family. You
Well,
know,
yeah,
so
to be fair to what you're saying, right? Like Paul really did try to smooth things over with Benzino, but that phone call got recorded.
yeah. Yeah, but you know, but that's that, you know, okay, all of that is documented. It's all, you know, people can Google it, but I mean, nobody really wants like, you know, the big thing is to avoid situations you go through, you know, because it's the, you know, small, it's like, okay, we got a problem. We don't want the problem to go bigger, so we're gonna try and fix it. But you know, if people, you know, and I'm not in their heads, I'm not in Benzino heads, but if he seen the angle of wait a minute, if I'm start beefing with Eminem, instead of me selling 20 records, I can sell 40 records, then he has an agenda. And that's the basis of the term agenda. That's the definition of agenda. So a lot of people, when they were doing marketing, they probably had agendas. Like, okay, look, if we could be cool with him, you know, I'm kind of wax poetic. I'm just like waxing it out, you know. But it's a theory to that. Well, maybe if I'm friends with him, I ain't gonna do nothing. But if I like start beef with him, man, I could sell 100 more records. So it was so you couldn't negotiate. Them negotiations you couldn't, you know. It would almost be like talking to a wall.
Is it true the stuff that Benzino has said about behind the scenes him negotiating with Jimmy Iovine and everything like that? Jimmy Iovine really tried to stop that situation from getting to where it's at.
Well, I don't know. That's a Jimmy. I mean, honestly, Panda, that's a Jimmy Iovine kind of question. But I will say that we wanted it stopped. You know, me being on the managerial side, because at that time, you know, I had skin in the game because, you know, I was managing D12. We don't want to where if we're going to Boston and we've got two security, you know, we don't want to have like four security because you know, beefing is fight war is pricey. You know, with the things in the world today, you know, I was just reading like, you know, each missile is like 50,000 to $1 million. That's like our taxpayers' money that we're dealing with, right? So, you know, you try to avoid that. You know, you try to
Right. They always
avoid.
say don't go to war unless you got your money right.
Yeah, exactly. It's war chest. You know, that's the whole. Hey, I got a war chest. That's one of my old sayings. It's like when I sit down and consult with a client, I'm like, okay, of course, you know, where are your finances? You want a war chest? Yeah, you want to break a record? Well, that's gonna be a 6 digit. You know, that's gonna be six figures at least. So, you know, when you're gonna go to war, you gotta have a war chest. So nobody really wanted that, you know. And it was a respect thing because the source, you know, was a respect. You know, everybody had admiration. You know, we grew up on the source. You know, we always would go to the, you know, the bookstores and, you know, or wherever, gas stations and get the, you know, the source was the source. It was a source where we can, you know, consume hip hop. So
It
nobody
was the
really
hip
wanted
hop
that.
Bible, man.
Huh?
It was the hip hop Bible at a
Yeah.
time.
Exactly. Well, much respect to you know, my guys over because I worked at Rap Sheet and you know Ebony Cat at Rap Pages. You know, it was a couple of other ones, but the source was they were an essential part of hip hop.
Yeah, it was unfortunate when the mics started getting played with, you know what I'm saying? And it changed
Right.
like the credibility of that. Because I mean,
Well, everybody starts seeing that. Everybody starts seeing that, right? Everybody starts seeing the when the mics and all of this start changing and all of this. Everybody see that, you know?
Because didn't like when the Marshall Mathers LP come out, like it originally got like 2.5 mics or something like that, like which was crazy. And then there was like so much fan backlash
No.
that they had to go back and do
Yeah,
it.
it was something that happened. I couldn't remember, but you basically are right about that. You know, it was yeah, man, it was wild how that happened. I couldn't remember, but we had already knew, you know, it was on and popping. You know, it was, it all started, I believe, and this had nothing to do with him. But you remember how Benzino came in with an album and then he changed the mics and then it was a walkout, a massive walkout with the source. That's when it started. And that was before, yeah, that was I think that was a little bit before M blew up, you know. But
Right.
it was
That's
always,
when Dave like fired everybody pretty much,
or they
right?
walked
Like
out. And then back
he
with the
bought them
source.
out of their shares and shit too.
Yeah, and then the source, you know, one of Proof as a solo artist, one of his greatest compliments, I mean, one of his greatest awards was when he won, you know, the source, you know, the unsigned hype rap battle. I forgot what they call. Yeah, he won. I was there. He won the rap battle, and then M got featured before he blew up, or right before he blew up. So it was always a respect, and we would always do interviews. I mean, even in our itinerary, we would always leave open. The source always had an open door before the Benzino thing came in, but it was basically about ego, and even like when Benzino is dealing with now, it's almost like a pissing match. He just don't want to let it go. I don't, because once again, Benzino is revered, and but I think his ego is playing a part in it.
What has it been like for you to watch that go back and forth? Because there was a period of time where M hadn't mentioned him for like the longest time, and then he threw another shot at him like, I don't know, a couple years ago. M did on that song. I think it was the Lyrical Lemonade song, right?
Right, something like that.
Yeah, yeah, talking about his neck or something like that. But like, I felt M shouldn't have done that because of just like why bring it back up after all these years? You know what I mean? Like he didn't have to do it. You know?
Yeah, and this is not me. I'm once again, I'm not a Shady Records spokesman. This is just this is just Mark Hicks the fan. Um Benzino just kept taking shots. And it's a hip
Right.
hop. It's you know, one thing, M is hip hop. He's a hip hop fan. And so, you keep taking shots, you keep taking shots, you keep taking shots. Of course he's gonna respond. It may be 5 years, it may be delayed, but of course it's on his mind because he's the fabric of hip hop.
What'd you think about the Drink Champs situation?
Well, when Benzino was crying on there,
Yeah.
this is getting high. Oh, you just said it, Drink Champs. I got love for Nori. I got his I worked his record, the NRE. I got his gold record here. And I love it. This is one of my favorite plaques.
Yo, pull it up so we can see it.
Oh shit. It's kind of I haven't got it fixed because if you go on my Instagram page, I'm doing a restoration of my plaques. But yeah, this is the next one. So when people follow my Instagram and my TikTok, the talented Mr. Hicks, they'll see that. Look at it now. It looks all wild. It looks like maybe one of my exes, they kicked the shit out of it. They came in late one night and they kicked it, but it's getting fixed.
Right. But you were saying that Drink Champs, so like the drinking caused him to have an emotional
Yeah,
response.
exactly. Yeah, it's just the power of the camera, man. It's the power of the camera.
Well, what did you think about when this was a different podcast that the two hosts were white and they were interviewing Benzino, and one of them said something that upset Benzino. He said like, "Oh, I'm mad at you because you fucked up the source." And Benzino was going off on him and he was like saying like, "Oh, you
Oh,
could never be as hip hop as
but
me."
come on, though. Let's be real. what day is it? What, it's Saturday? Benzino is always, Benzino got fire. He got fire up his ass, pause, but he's always going off. I even see him talking about politics, reality TV shows. He's a talking head now. So
Right.
I mean, that doesn't surprise me at all.
Man, we just got hit with the hard news that Mike B was killed. Can you talk about Mike B, who he was, your guys' relationship?
Might be, it was always known, and it's so crazy that Might be he was very close to Royce the 5'9". They might have been like family members, they might have been cousins. I don't
He
know
was
that
a part of MIC Records, right? When
exactly.
Royce.
Yeah, but he was one of Royce road dogs. And one thing, even, and it's so crazy because even with when D12 and Royce was the beef or whatever, he wasn't around because he was more of a community man for music. He was a music community guy. Mike B he was around my age, and he was always moving the culture forward. He was either venues, restaurants. He would always be moving the culture forward. And he was a big guy. Mike B was like maybe 6'5", 6'6". And you always knew Mike B, when he was in the house, you knew he was in the house. And he didn't really talk a lot. He just really went to work, and he was a movement. He just was he was a great man, and he created the MIC Records. And the crazy part, one of his first artists was Babyface Ray. And he had a label, and how he came through my business, door, how, he came in, and we sat down and did business because they needed their record company started with MIC Records, or not the Royce formation of it. He had another record company. I gotta correct that. Him and his partner had another record company, and I helped form that. And so I was in the early parts of, because part of my company, I do label bills, like, to get their publishing, to get their copyrights, trademarks. That's one of the in my utility belts of things that I do. So he came to me me and him did business on that. And Babyface Ray was he was one of the first people who believed in Babyface Ray. And your fans who might, now Babyface Ray is like he's a very popular hip hop act out from Detroit, doing a lot of good things, making a lot of, he's streaming, he's successful. And Mike B seen some of him, like, man, 10 years ago. 10 or 12 years before it really went down. So Mike B has always been a pioneer in this market. And for him dying, man, him getting murdered, that was just such a shame, man. It's crazy how that, I mean, we're still in shock. We're still, as a city, because, I'm from Detroit, I live in Detroit. We're still God, it's like at this point they did a balloon drop for him. No, his balloon drop is tomorrow, but he still hasn't been buried yet, and it's just sad, man.
Do
It
they know
really
what happened exactly?
No, it was basically he was at a venue. He has two restaurants, but he's an entrepreneur. He has two restaurants right now at the moment, and it wasn't at his restaurants. He was at a after hours spot. And when people say after hours, it wasn't like no seedy shit. It's a lot of after hours because you got to remember, we're a casino town. So we don't have those rules like other cities, because being a casino town, the hours is crazy. You got places that only close for 2 hours. You got places that they only close from 6 a.m. to 8 a.m. and they're open. So that's like pretty norm um to have after hour. It wasn't like no city. The place is a official venue he was at. And he was walking outside, and gunfire erupted. And that's the only, and it's no suspects yet, or not that publicly known. Whoever killed him is still out in the streets right now. It's sad, man. And, 2 other people were shot, 2 other he was the only one who unfortunately lost his life, but 2 other people were shot. And it's just sad how, a hip hop entrepreneur is gone now from our community, and he's saying he was a very powerful, person in this community.
For sure, man. It's unbelievable, you know.
Right.
Um, do do we know if like he was an innocent bystander or they actually was trying to target him? Does it look like that?
I would say the former, because it's like he wasn't had no gun. He was just on a street, it was out on so yeah, I don't expect it wasn't, from what I know, it wasn't like no fight or nothing. It was like random gunfire. And the area it was in, keep it real, it's not a a very perfect area it was in, but we in Detroit, so I can't say like everything is, peaches and roses and everything is colorful and but it wasn't a great area he was in, Shit, I ain't even want to talk about me because I'm an anomaly. I've been in places where that could easily happen to me 500 times in my life, maybe even over 500 times. So I'm not. So it wasn't like the norm of when we start getting the info that that unfortunate thing happened. You know, that area is. I was like, oh man, it wasn't the best area, but that doesn't take a soul. And like I said, after hours is a thriving community here because we got casinos open 24/7, so it wasn't out of the norm what happened. Yeah, it was he lost his life, but it wasn't no craziness or nothing.
Right, man. Well, rest in peace to him, man. That's terrible. And prayers out to his family and everything. And I know Royce is taking it real hard right now, of course.
Oh man, yeah, that was his guy, man. That was his guy. And Royce is another guy that I want to give big props to. Royce, the transformation of Royce. And with age we've all have, because I think I've evolved, and I know Royce has evolved. Man, he's a beautiful brother. He do stuff for the community. He's always there. And when you say OG, he's the epitome of being an OG. He's level-headed. People like try to rattle him. He doesn't rattle. He just, move. He's such a beautiful brother. He's really, like, and he takes on artists. He get them advice, and he's real with them. He lets them know, like, hey, you're at this level, but bro, you're gonna need to go to this level. As I'm not trying to, put Royce biz out there, but Royce has like financially helped artists get to a certain level or, you know, or, just like he invests. And sometimes it's not even about money. Most of the time it's not about money. It's giving them game and letting and sharing your wisdom with them on particular situations. So yeah, it's just sad, man.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I followed Royce's career probably as much as I followed M's career, pretty much. You know what I'm saying? And like just to see the transformation from like the Deaf is Certain days during that very dark period of his career, and how he was really operating to like now is really night and day. Like as far as a person, the way that his whole aura, his energy, everything, right? And don't get me wrong, like Deaf is Certain is like one of my favorite albums ever, right? But it's like, damn, like he's like totally a different person now, like where he's like really tried to help people. Like you can see it. He always is like way more patient with people and like really tries to take on that role of mentorship and helping people.
Wait a minute. Was that the one? I gotta get confused. Young man Hicks get confused. Is that the one with my friend on it?
Who?
No, Royce song, My Friend. Is that the song on there? Cause that's my favorite Royce song ever.
No, I think my friend appeared on Rock City, right?
Yeah, I think so. You're right.
Yeah, because Deaf is Certain is during the time when he was beefing with D12.
Um,
That's when he had the song Hip Hop produced by DJ Premier and stuff like that. I think. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, all right. But my friend is one of my favorites, you know. That was
Yeah, let me see. Hold on. Let me yeah, that's off of Rock City is My Friend. Yeah.
right, okay. Yeah, man. Royce is he's a motherfucker, yeah. And you
Yeah,
know,
that's
big shout out to Keno, his manager. I mean, you know, Keno, that's my guy too. Big shout out. I see him. He made a major. He involved so well, and he's over like one of my nephew, like Nassan. He's over his career. He's managing Nassan. So, man, it's just great. You know.
Oh, he's Nassan's manager?
Yeah.
I did not know that. Wow. That's dope, man.
Oh yeah.
That's crazy. Wow, yeah. I remember meeting Keno one time, and I looked at him. I told him, I was like, because it was like during like the Slaughterhouse days, right? And I was all like, man, it's been a long time coming. Because like I know, like watching their career, like what they had to go through just to get to this point, right? You know.
Right.
And he was like, yeah, man. You know,
Yeah.
yeah. But shout out to him though. That's crazy. Now your man
Yep.
Russ just came out and spoke about white stories in hip hop, with hip hop being a black art form. Basically, he was saying it don't translate the same way, or it's not as important because this is the black art form, and he understands that. What did you think about what he had
Well,
to
with
say?
Russ, here's the thing, and I'm coming from a jaundiced eye of the industry. Mind you, I've been in it, what, 3 decades? I see what he's doing, and I don't like it. He's literally putting gas on, like, the ladder he came up in. He's douching it, and he's lighting it, and he's distorting shit because he was very blessed. He had a proper budget to come into the game. God blessed him with a situation where they gave him more money, and he was able to sell, and he had a hell of a marketing team. You can tell, and I even know some of the behind the scenes people from the industry. I don't know people personally, but when he got to the level of working his records at record company status, you know, people literally strategize and marketing with him, and he's always been so an antithesis of, you know, about the industry. And I don't see, and I think that's foul. You gotta watch what you put into artists' head, the new artists, because it's always somebody coming up from you know, coming up, pause, from in the game. Cause I always remember when I was that fat, handsome, very handsome teenage kid, and I was trying to get on. And I remember like the motherfuckers, I remember the shady motherfuckers that was doing, you know, just people who was just, you know, wasn't right, who was con artists. And I remember that. And I remember like, so when I always, you know, out in public or man, I'm always info oriented. I try to lead people in the right direction. I say, hey man, read this book. And I tell them like, do I literally have time to like hold your hand? Cause I got my own life, I got my own family, and I got all this other stuff. So no, I don't. But hey, we could sit down, maybe get a coffee, maybe we could like, you know, figure it out. I could be an information to you, you know, to somebody. So I just think Russ like blazes shit apart. And when he says that shit, he's got to remember, man. And one of the I get inspired by books. Like when I do interviews, or just like me and you was having a one-on-one. I would say this, and it's a book that I'm reading, Eric Kopich, and it's called Black Pearls. It's about wisdom as you get older. And it says a man's scalp, a man, a man who's getting his scalp cut has to still be in the jungle. And when he's safe, and the point of that is that he's always acting like he's not around shit. But he's there. His scalp is there. He's in the jungle. And he's getting and they want to scalp his head. It ain't like he would, you know, oh, he was in England drinking tea. He was a part of all this shit he's talking about. He was in that shit. all of that independent, contrived, all of the stuff he's talking about. It ain't like he was sitting, like I said, in some white castle, some white big castle in Edinburgh, England. No, he was right in the game. He was at South by Southwest. He was at Industry of Things. And so he was there. So he can't act like, oh, I'm just this knight and I'm coming in. And he always, guys who always talk about the white and black and they act like they're trying to bring like they always the one who start the bullshit. They always the one who initiates stuff, man. It's like a great guy is like La Russell, that dude out of LA. And I don't really know a lot of his music, but I see his moves. I get it. And it's you get the reality. And I'm not saying he has to be an empath, but man, you are very blessed. And I don't know if he's religious. I've heard a few of his albums. Like when you always want to do an autopsy. Part of my training in the marketing game, and I've been mentored, and I've been instructed by some of the best marketing people God has put on this world. And so you always got to dissect something. So say for instance, when Russ came about, I was working a project, this Drew Parks. It was a project. It was kind of like a, a what do they call it? I forgot the name. It's like a project, a mission, a passion project. It was a Drew Parks was a, and at that time when Russ came out, I had to do an autopsy and dissect what made Russ boom. And that was part of the game. When you see something coming up, hey, that's how it is in the NFL. When you see a quarterback, oh, he throwing 300 yards, he doing this, he running for 100 yards. Well, those coaches, they're going to go to that tape and they're going to watch that all fucking week to see how he throw 400 yards and how he rushed for 100 yards and how we going to stop this motherfucker. And in the music industry, being in marketing and promotions, which is my forte, we do that. So I got where Russ was going. I got, and he did his thing. But I just think you can't put fire down the hole on the up and coming, because he basically, when you watch him, it's almost like it's a defeated purpose. It's like, oh man, hip hop is dead. Hey, and that's not what it's about, man. That's not. This is. We always need to have it thriving, thriving, thriving. That's the purpose of this.
What do you think is his like whole intention behind saying what he just said though? Like about the whole white thing. Do you think he's trying to make himself be viewed like as an ally, or is he like that white person that's more angry than the actual minority kind of thing? Like what is it?
Well, I think honestly, he should call out names. He's at a level, he's a very, from what he says, he's a very successful, financially secure businessman. I think some of the time, and this is just my theory, I think I think he's calling out Post Malone.
Oh, really?
I think some of the stuff he's saying, I mean, it's like he wants to call out certain individuals, and he should be comfortable in his skin to call people out. Or like call people out, man. That's what I'm saying. I mean, call them out. Well, I just think Russ is a talented brother. I mean, and I say brother, but I think that he just needs to just chill out, because he's always complain. And the industry blessed you, man. And he is a microcosm of what I don't like in the game. But he needs to, okay, invest in some artists. He said he did, and then I heard that one arrive. But you just need to really like appreciate the game. It's like a situation where a football player, he plays 15 seasons in the NFL and he totally bombs everything. Now, if it was problems in the NFL, he would address it and he would try to fix it. Go and fix it, but don't just shit can the game, because we don't. You're eating up the ecosystem. You're eating up the ecosystem on how, you know, guys become legends, then guys, then they retire, and then new people come out. It's a chain of stuff. It's a chain of events, and don't mess that up. It's a system. Don't mess it up.
No doubt. All right, so your man Kid Rock jumped off the he jumped off the deep end and called Jay-Z a DEI hire for the NFL.
Right.
What did you think about like the whole thing with him? Well, what do you think about Kid Rock as a whole, like how he's changed over the years and until recent events?
What's wrong with him? I mean, I like he's in my age range, and he's in my high school class, my graduating class of hip hop for Detroit. Kid Rock was a very beneficial. He was a contributor to Detroit hip hop. Don't let nobody fool you. Was he the most rock chemist, rock Kim, or was he Big Daddy Kane with lyrics? No, but he was a contributor. He loved hip hop, and he got inoculated like you and me. I think his political stance maybe changed, and he became more forthright, and I think it fit his persona. I've had nothing but in meetings with Kid Rock before. I've done business with Kid Rock in essence, because we're part of the whole little cluster of music industry people here, and he had success in his what he do for the music business. I've had success in my career, so of course we've done business together. I don't get where he comes from. He just, once again, man, I think it's the power of social media. And the guys who always kind of like with Russ, the guys who always complain about social media, it always something goes bad. And my point being is Kid Rock, he really donates to the community. And this is something where it's controversial, but he donates in certain nonprofit organizations he helps out. And it's a question mark. It's like, what the fuck? I think that how he feels about things, he shouldn't just be so hard line on it. If I have a belief, like I'm allergic to apples. So of course I'm an anti-apple motherfucker. I don't like apple pies. I don't like Hawaiian punch. I don't like apples. But am I gonna spread the hate about
Wait. You're allergic to apples?
Yeah.
Like for real, legitimate.
Yeah, for real.
I have never heard of anyone being allergic to
It's
apple.
something called, I
Wow.
forgot the name of it. Yeah, I'm allergic to apples. It's like, it's like kind of like in the same family of grapefruits. A lot of people are allergic to grapefruits, of course. But yeah.
Okay, so what were you saying with
Are
Kid
you
Rock?
Oh yeah, with Kid Rock, it's the point of is that he is he do stuff for he does stuff for the community. I've had a great rapport with him, but he spouts off certain, his opinion. And I agree, you know what? His opinion, I have my personal political reference. I agree with some of the stuff he says. I don't agree with some of the stuff he says. But I don't think he should just be like, oh, pound. You shouldn't pound for another person's belief. And I think it got out of hand, and I think he tried to like simmer it down, like even during the last presidential election. He was like, because him and M, they are friends. I mean, they're not. I'm not going to get into that, but they know each other. They're a fit. They know each other, and just because M likes one side of the room, Kid Rock, he even came out with, I even reposted that on my Instagram, how he like said, you know what, I got this, I believe in this person, and my friend believes in this person, but we can still be cool. I like that. And sometimes I think Kid Rock just spouts off, and maybe he feels like his back is against the corner because sometimes what he said, it gets on fire. He is like a temperament for getting, stuff whatever he says. And I don't, and like I said, I really don't, my personal relationships with Kid Rock, it's always been cool. He's never like came and disrespected me. It's always been a cordial. I've treated him with respect. He's treated me with respect. Do we go to bar? We even have a very mutual friend that, we have a mutual friend and we like, we've been at certain, dinners, like, not public dinners, but and it's been cool. And we
Because
can't
I think last interview you said that you guys were in the process of possibly doing some business together, right?
Nah, it was just well, on a community, it was a community thing. We were working on something for the community, because he has some projects he donates to, and some of my clients he donates to some of their nonprofits. So yeah, in that aspect, we never like did like no, we really never did like business together. In terms of like right now, we've done some stuff in the past, but no.
Got you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's unfortunate because over the years, it seems as he drifted away from hip hop, he almost like drifted away from the persona of being an ally of the culture or of the people and stuff like that, right? Because the whole thing now is like, and I don't want to put this label on him because it's so easy. People throw this term around now so much, right? It's like, oh, you're racist or something like that just because you have this political belief or something, and I don't think that that's always a direct correlation or whatever, right? But like it gets thrown out there so much now, you know what I mean? And
Right.
like over the years, he started to appear more and more conservative, right? And then like some of his views were a little more extreme. And then there was that whole Rolling Stone interview where it was really bad, and he was like asking the guy to stay at his house, and he was all like, please write the most horrible article about me possible, and like, it was just like really bad, right? And then he's dissed Detroit plenty of times, like, I did everything for this city and yada yada, and just like there's been some pretty bad moments, for him, right? And I think it's unfortunate because, like, yeah, hip hop was the way that he got on, but then like he became part of one of those guys, like, I guess you can put in the category like a Post Malone or like these type of people that, or MGK, where they come on through hip hop and then they go into a different genre, and then and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, I don't need you guys anymore. So that's become kind of more of his reputation, and I don't know if it's like a genuine thing or is he's just doing it because of the attention that he gets from it, or like, what is it?
Once again, with Kid Rock, it's an anomaly, man. Cause like I said, I really want to reinforce this, that whatever kind of his principles of political, I gotta say, I have friends and business clients that kind of share his same sentiments. I mean, they know my sentiments, but I think we all come together like like a melting pot, right? Um, this is like what I was just saying earlier. I was using the anti-apple because I'm not allergic to apples. And being a big guy, that's kind of ironic. That's kind of like an oxymoron. But I will say this: is sometimes his sound bites are kind of like out there, and I think he would even agree. So I don't like. I'm not going against, like, in any interview I do, like people ask me about Kid Rock, I'm not like, well, because he believes this, and I don't. Well, man, America is a melting pot. It is, and I have a different, and that's where kind of age and wisdom comes in. But I don't, I'm not gonna sit here and say I don't like this point, I don't like that point, because honestly, we've always been cool. Like to say that we have mutual friends. I don't hang out with him. I don't think he wants to hang out with me. And it's cool, but I think some of his sound bites is a little it's a little bit out there, you know. And it was crazy, man. It's crazy because you know, it was a time where Proof and Kid Rock had an issue with each other. And
What?
yeah. I think we breaking yeah, I could tell a story. Proof was, and this is a good example of what I'm happy about. Kid Rock made a comment, and he made a comment. I can't remember. It was kind of a sensational comment. Okay, and Proof was like, when I see him, I'm gonna address him. Because once again, we're all cool with each other, right? That's like if I made a comment about something that you didn't like, and you would address me. You know, maybe we live, you know, we live in different areas, but you could call and be like, "Hey, Mark, that was man, what you posted, that was kind of a little bit out there." You know, and it would be addressed. So Proof said, when I see him, I'm going to address him. This is one of these industry folklore that happened. So we're at this bar, Hockey Town, in downtown Detroit. Kid Rock is there. As a matter of fact, I was one of the promoters. This is how me and my partners, we had this thing called Temptation Tuesdays. And we had like it was like a nice, it was like a destination event. It was called Temptation Tuesdays. And it was like where the industry meet. It was always fine ladies there. And Kid Rock came to one of them. He was just out in downtown because, you know, Kid Rock had a house at the time. I believe Kid Rock had a house in downtown Detroit. And he came to it just to, you know, have a drink. And Proof, of course, this is being, you know, me and my former partner Rico. We was one of the partners, and my guy K Nice. We was one of the partners in this event. So of course, Proof coming to the event. You know, Paul. He comes to the event. Proof and his crew. Kid Rock is there. Kid Rock sees Proof, and Proof like, man, I'm gonna go talk to him. Man, Kid Rock goes into the bathroom. Proof follows him, and I knew Proof wanted to have a issue. He had an issue with Kid Rock, so they go in there, and these guys are having a loud debate in this bathroom, and it's even stopping, you know, because it was a pretty packed night that night, and they're like, you know, deep Proof security. And even some of the Kid Rock boys, they like kind of blocking off the bathroom, and it's like going crazy. And man, you know, and Proof, like, he gets so mad at Kid Rock because Kid Rock was standing by the bathroom. He wasn't like taking a piss. He had a beer in his hand. Proof like, man, I'm so fucking mad at you. Proof grabbed the beer was in a cup, in a plastic cup. Proof grabbed the beer. And the bottom of the beer, and the beer like goes everywhere. And it's like that was chaos. The beer Proof so mad because we all cool with each other. I mean, you know, we have a formal coolness with each other. Proof so mad, and I think Proof was drunk. He socks the wall, and he puts a hole in the wall. It was so like it was a very intense, and everybody like calmed down. And I believe this was maybe like 02. And everything, you know, cool heads prevailed. But that's how we have these situations like this, you know. And it was just like,
You really don't remember what he was mad about?
nah, it was something sensational. For real. It was something. It wasn't about like Eminem. It wasn't a person, place, or thing, but it was
Uh-huh.
something that Kid Rock said. It was something that he said. I can't remember.
So did they end up
And
squashing that situation?
yeah, that's what I'm saying. It was at '02. Yeah. Man, none of that happened. You know, none of that trend. It was like really no beef, but it was like, man, Kid Rock was so popular at the time, and this is when he wasn't on the Fox News, so it was maybe something related to music, but it wasn't about like M or about D12. It was, man, I might have to, in the next interview, I will find out what it was, but it was something that, and this is once again, I don't even think Fox News was really around then, or like conservative sites or around. It was something that Kid Rock said, maybe in like a Rolling Stone, because Rolling Stone always been Kid Rock boy. So yeah, it was something in that range. But yeah, it was.
So what did you think about what he said about Jay-Z being a DEI hire and everything, and the people that he's selecting for the Super Bowl halftime show is like not catering towards the MAGA audience, towards Kid Rock's audience and stuff?
America is just divided. I mean, it's like the Crips Bloods, is that political party against that political party, and everybody is going for their guns. I think that's the symptoms, or not that. No, what he's saying is a symptom, but I think the cause of it is America is divided, man. It's divided. I had an incident. Yeah, I had an incident yesterday. I was cheating on my diet. And I was cheating on my diet, and I was at Dunkin' Donuts, and I was getting one fucking donut. And I go in there, man, and I gotta say, it was this white guy, man, and he was like, he just was going, I think he was touched, but he like was just talking shit about everybody. And I could tell it was getting race though. He just was having a breakdown. I'm like, damn. And he was like, man, this is MAGA territory. And he was arguing at these, this Dunkin' Donut, it's Indian, Indian owned, like, from India, the people from India.
Right.
And he was going off, like he was relaying that, y'all taking up space. This is MAGA. This is MAGA. And we were it was a very like MAGA area we were in. But they have a Dunkin' Donut in that area. And he just started, he started going off and stuff. I'm like, damn. And it's like a trigger. He probably like, I think he thought they overpaid him they overcharged him for his coffee or something. And then he just like, he clicked on the whole Dunkin' Donut. I'm like, damn. I'm like, dude, chill out. Cause I'm like one of the only men in there. I'm like, dude, why don't you just chill out, man? It's cool. He gave me a look like, like, he was like, but it's like, man, and I'm not saying that, Kid Rock thinks that way, but bro, Panda, it's America divided, man. And I think that everybody thinks their side is getting beat up, and they come out and inspire crazy stuff.
Yeah, man, that's crazy. What did you think about his halftime performance thing, alternative show?
I don't know. To be honest, I didn't watch it because I really like Bad Bunny. I just like Bad Bunny in general. I'm a Bad Bunny fan, you know.
Can we
But
talk about that? Why people were so upset about him being selected for the halftime show? Like, how did you feel about that?
I thought it was a smart marketing move. Bad Bunny, once again, I'm in a line of work. Even if I'm like, now I'm more into a private practice. I used to be a promo company where I had like, 15 different companies, but now I'm like more private practice. And I deal with like, independent clients. And so I don't really work with, well, these jobs have kind of got it, my clientele has kind of evaporated with this new era of music now. I think it should come back. On a side note, um, I always dissect artists. When somebody hot comes out, it could be anything. It could be those girls, those girls on Instagram. I mean, those girls on Netflix. I forgot those vampire, hunters, the vampire hunters, those Asian girls. I dissect them, or so when I see Bad Bunny, I was like, oh, I get why. I get why this guy's is doing every song comes out with 1 billion. And on the international globe, you see how NFL, and this is me putting on my business hat with my waterhead. I see why, they wanted to, I see why they wanted it. I see, because they got shows in France. They got football games. The NFL got football games in France, Europe now. They're in Mexico. They're in Brazil. I forgot one other. I think they're going to Spain this year. And with that being said, they're trying to expand their market. So Bad Bunny was a good choice. And I think all praises
Mhm.
to Jay-Z. I think he's seen, as a businessman, and just not in hip hop, you always got to stay ahead of the curve. Every morning I get up 2 hours, like an hour, and I'm studying how to stay ahead of the game. New inventions, new tricks of the game. You always got to have that.
Well, what did you think about what Vlad said as far as like how, he basically echoed the sentiments that, football is an American sport. And then like, why would you select somebody that nobody understands what they're saying and everything in the song, even if it is a catchy melody, but like you can't understand the words. So like, why would you select somebody like that?
Man, I tell you this. I'm blessed to travel in my time on this earth. And dude, what is that city where the Kardashians is into? What's that city where they from in California?
Oh, I don't know, where everybody lives, right? Where all the famous people
Well,
live.
yeah. Well,
Not Malibu, not what is it? Damn, I don't know, man.
okay, in that area, right? I was staying there. I was out with Drew Parks with an artist, and we had a convention to go to, and
Calabasas.
Calabasas, that's it. So man,
There you go.
I tell you, we were staying in Calabasas because we had some things to do out there for my client or my artist I was managing. So we were staying there in the Calabasas hotel, and we go a little bit, like maybe a half mile from Calabasas, and we go into this, and we hungry. We had a very long day, and we go into this restaurant, and man, everybody in there is speaking. They don't even understand where we coming from. They don't even understand American English. They looking at us like we assholes. I'm dead serious. I was like, damn. They was like, why are you guys in here? Y- And they couldn't understand us. And so we were like, we want this, we want this. And my point being is,
Oh, they're speaking
yeah, they
Spanish.
speak in Spanish. That's what yeah, they wasn't new. They were just speaking Spanish. So I'm like, it's crazy. They was just speaking Spanish. Just parts of California I've been in. That's just one, but it's been parts of I go in and they don't even understand me at all. And I'm not saying I don't have I just let me get this, let me get number 2, or let me get number 5. So I mean, it is a lot of people who speak Spanish, but I don't know, man. What Vlad said, I fuck with Vlad on a lot of his points. I didn't really get that point. I seen when he said that, but I didn't get that point. It's about music. It's music, man. How many?
I feel like the second language in this country though is Spanish.
Yeah.
If
Oh,
you
no
think
doubt.
about it, because like look at how many signs and stuff like they put it in Spanish too though. Like it's like if any other language is mentioned, a lot of times it is Spanish.
Right.
So
Well, the second language I would say is Ebonics. Or funny. No, let me stop. Yeah, it has to be Spanish. It has to be Spanish, man. Because
yeah.
Detroit, every city has a Mexican town, a population. Man, you would be surprised even in Michigan. It, it is so many different pockets of like areas where it's just Spanish. We got a part called Mexican Town, like on the like an area that it's like it's nothing but Mexican restaurants, Mexican shops. That's a part of our culture here in Detroit, Southwest. It's
Right.
in Southwest. Matter of fact, where BMF is from, where it's like Southwest T and all of that. That's technically Southwest area is really Mexican populated. A lot of Latin people live there.
So speaking of that, right? Did you see a lot of that growing up, like BMF?
It wasn't called BMF. In essence, yes, but it was a lot of money being like nurtured out there, but they didn't have a signature name. It's not like they had the BMF thing because man, you got to remember, not like you got to remember, but okay, Detroit, our drug culture was crazy because we had a lot. And I know I'm about to be kind of anti-black Mark right now, but we had a lot of middle class work because of the car industry. And then you got the car industry, but then you got the secondary car industry, right? So we had a lot of middle class where you don't see that. You don't see like when you go to Manhattan, everybody is doing this hustle, that hustle, this hustle. You don't really see a lot of factory workers in New York or primarily even in LA in terms of the auto industry. So you had like middle class people who they didn't go to school. I got some of my friends, and I'm not saying they're drug addicts, but some of my friends, the day they graduated, like in June, they instantly went to work in the factory. That was part of that's like, you could be white, Asian, you went to the factory. And with that being said, they had a lot of extra money being and I'm talking about high middle class. A lot of factory workers, they get paid, man.
Mm-hmm.
Especially before NAFTA and all that shit. And they started man, it was like they were like you would hit the lottery. Matter of fact, in essence, it was a lottery to get into like the big three, Ford, Chrysler, GM. So
Well, that they had pensions and shit like that before, right?
yeah, man. Yeah, but
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like you can't find that shit anymore. Like any kind of company that will give you a pension, pretty much.
nah, but my point being is it was a lot of money in a factory and a lot of drugs. So a lot of the party life. Cause look, you work in that hard labor. You sometimes, and I'm not making a blanket statement here, but a lot of those people would have to get like a upper to go into work. Motherfuckers was working. Factories would sometimes be 24/7. 3-hour shift, three shifts. But we were really man. All of them, they were man. The drug culture here was crazy. We had the drug dealers, they would go get fly, they would go get clothes, and then they would go to clubs and strip clubs. So with me being in the music business, it was almost like unilateral. It was almost like we all was in the same culture. Well, we were in the same culture. When you talk about girls, money, and drugs and music, that's peanut butter and jelly. So I seen it all. That was part of the whole thing about hip hop. I mean, not hip hop, but that was just part of the music industry. So yeah. But at the time BMF started, that name, I started hearing about it, maybe like '05. Like I started hearing the name and the true, because most people wanted an unidentified crew. They just wanted to, you seen guys with their cars and their jewelry, but it wasn't like, we got a gang culture here, but we don't have like a gang culture like they got in like New York or LA. So it wasn't like BMF, it was other gangs that were prominently known, but like a quote unquote a drug gang, it was a lot of drug gangs. So they kind of like fit the mold. But then I want to recall BMF started getting huge because everybody was selling drugs. But well, and weed is a drug, of course, but the weed, when they started like those bales of weed and all of that stuff, when they started doing that, oh, that's when their name really started resonating. It was like the weed game. They like it was that was wild.
That's crazy, man. Yeah. And so what do you think about, the whole situation with 50 and BMF and everything like that?
I can't get a pulse on it. I just state my opinion is maybe something. All shit went to hell when all of them started getting out of jail. Like when they started to prison. I really plan. I really cannot. I don't know. It it was like the show was successful. I love the show. I always watch every episode. And I don't know what really happened with that whole situation. It once again, it's that social media war. It seems like Rick Ross got involved.
Yeah, it was because Big Meech, after he got out, he started to hang out with Rick
Yeah.
Ross, and he was going over there to get money and stuff like that. And I think that he was short-sighted by doing that. Like, you already had this good situation with 50. Why would you go over there with his enemy? You know what I'm saying? And I get it that he been locked up for so long, he needed money, but it was like 50 had put your son through acting school, had made him a star, all types of stuff. Of course, he had to capitalize off of it himself as well, right? But like, he really did put him in a system that was beneficial for him. And I think that also when Meech got out, he was trying to put his like influence on things.
Well, I'll tell you this though. It's a lot to that on both sides. This is my opinion. And once again, I have worked with 50 through Shady Records, and we've done business. Even when I was working with D12, we had to work with G Unit. Not we had to, but it was great. You know, we made songs, you know, when I was managing D12, we made songs with G Unit for the 8 Mile soundtrack, and we did business together. Matter of fact, 50 did Forgive Me. He did the Proof hook for Proof only album that he, you know, Proof unfortunately had put out.
Wait, he re-recorded that? That's not a sample?
No, yeah, no, that, but I mean, we had to clear it, yeah.
Oh, okay. So, but he didn't re-record it though.
He might have. I don't know. I think we had to do something with that record, but it got cleared
because he took it from that's from Ghetto Quran.
Yeah, but no, it was but of course 50 signed off on it, and we did, you know, we worked out, we had to get it cleared and all of that. But I'm just saying, so I mean, I'm just being transparent that I've done business with, like, you know, Sha Money and 50 and all that, you know. But I think it's some parts missing in the story on both sides. You know, and that's the part of the internet.
I'm not gonna lie though, I think it's kind of sad what happened with Lil Meech, because it seemed like he got caught up with drugs, and like kind of the fame kind of got to him a little bit, you know, because he made some bad moves, bro.
Yeah. I cannot speculate on that, to be honest. I mean, but you could give me like 20 or 50 topics. It's all like the power of the internet and Instagram. I think they should have worked it out behind the scenes, but it's some parts missing in that. It's some parts.
Yeah. But you know how 50 is though. 50, he's like he don't hold back, man. So, but you know what, with the whole BMF thing, and because you had ties to Bad Boy at one point, do you remember the whole situation with BMF and Diddy's bodyguard, Wolf?
I never got into none of that. I mean, what you got to remember, man, is that PANDA, we didn't have the internet, like we didn't have the social media like that. I mean, we knew about it, but it wasn't like that. It wasn't all of that was like I said, man, I even said earlier in this interview, yeah, Puffy and G Unit, they had their thing, but man, I had a house. I co-owned a house called Dirty Mansion, because our management company, it was kind of like, you know, we played off of the Dirty Dozen D12, and so our management company was called Dirty Management, right? And I had one of my friends, John, he owned some houses. And I said, man, I brought a house from him. Like during the era of we were managing, and we turned it, the house was so fucking big that we had enough room to live in there, and it was our offices. It was our office too. And it got called Dirty Mansion, right? We didn't keep it dirty, but it was called Dirty Mansion. Man, we had so much fun. We had, you know, it was so much drama in our own lives, you know. And I mean, not drama, we was having fun. You know, I even mentioned that in of our first interview with Proof. We were we had our own uh we had our own carnival. So when we talk about this person and that person, it's kind of hard in the day and the time that you live in your life, and we not we attuned to what's going on, and we read the headlines, but to get in depth of that and make a solid statement, it's hard. I mean, but I just wish people would work it out. Yeah, that's my take on it.
Yeah, for sure.
I wish I could give more, but I mean, you ask me certain questions, we could go on for like certain things you ask me, Panda. I could go on there for 30 or 40 minutes, but and that is not you, but I'm just saying certain things. I'm inquisitive the way you inquisitive. I wish I knew, but I'm reading what the public is reading,
Right, right,
Yeah.
right. Now, to remind the people, you used to work with Bad Boy back in the days for the street team doing promotions and everything. Did you watch the Diddy documentary on Netflix that 50 did?
I did.
Okay, what did you think?
Um, well, on this one, I've got to make blanket statements, right? Like some of the people on there, I knew a lot of the people on there, and as I, and then like I'm like, oh, I've never did. No, I worked at Bad Boy. They were a client, but let me explain. They were a client, so my area expertise is Michigan. So Michigan, they hired me to do their promo and marketing in Michigan, like do their street guerrilla marketing. So that was my affiliation with Bad Boy, right? Now, what was happening in there? I worked at Bad Boy. Well, they were one of my they were my clients from 94 to 2000. So I worked with them for
Damn, you worked with them for 6 years? I didn't even realize
yeah,
that.
yeah, yeah. I mean, this plaque is up until this plaque right here is with all these plaques, No Way Out and Craig Mack. This is a 3-year plaque. This is like over 3 years worth of records.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, so it's very much in that situation. It's very much we were active. So when I say that, a lot of the stuff, and this me keeping it really, really, really real. That documentary was about like in '05, and like a lot of the shit started happening. If you notice, like if you really like assess it, it was like '04, '05, and some of my good friends, yeah, like they were like that was the era I knew about, and I intermingled. But once again, I was in Detroit, and the industry would hear rumors about stuff, but I didn't, a lot of people got hurt in the whole fact of that. And, it was people who was writing books, articles. Some of the people I just, man, like that Capricorn girl, that Capricorn woman, she was after my time because she came in like, she even said like she came in like '08. So and once again, I hope I don't get blazed for this, but I think a lot of stuff happened, but I do think it's some pieces to that missing. It's pieces to the events that happened. It was some pieces missing, good or bad. You know.
Do you think that the documentary was overly biased?
uh
That laughs at it all.
well, yeah, but okay, here's the problem though. It was about you knew what the documentary was gonna be about. It's not like, if I'm watching the documentary, if I'm on Netflix, oh, the story about Doritos. I'm not thinking it's gonna be about hot dogs. So we kind of got what it was going. You you feel me?
Right. Well, they're saying that he might come out early now because he's in a drug rehab program and everything like that.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts about how the whole situation ended from like the way that it was advertised and everything, right? Like, oh, he got this charge, this. It was so sensationalized. And I feel like, personally, I feel like in the end, it didn't live up to what the feds were advertising it to be, because, you know, the feds got a 8%, you know, conviction rate and stuff. So you're thinking like, man, he really gonna get charged on some shit, you know? But it seemed like they really didn't do their job almost. Like,
Well, it was kind of hard because, you know, I keep he keeps saying, you know, but okay, here's what I'm saying. When you boil down the documentary about what Puffy did, and this is, I've been in this game and I don't have a halo on my head. I got a water head, but I don't have a halo on my head. It's about sex, drugs, music, and women.
power.
Power. So when you get that potion, that is everywhere around the entertainment business. Yeah, you know, it's like a lot was happening. I do think some of the stuff was refuted, like about the Biggie estate and all of that. I think 50 being a businessman and a successful entrepreneur, he took this documentary and and added his vibe to it. 'Cause the director, you know, he even said, like, when he did that, I watched that Good Morning America interview where he, you know, the director and, you know, 50 came aboard and he attached himself to it. And that's how he, you know, in entertainment, when you attach yourself to something, it takes you to a whole nother level. But it is a wild, when you talk about sex, woman, money, power, and all of that, it's like watching a 3-car. It's like watch somebody like me and you and somebody else watch a car accident, and we all got a different interpretation of how that car accident happened. But I know people was damaged. I know people was hurt. It's just a sad situation.
Mark, I gotta be honest with you. I think you being a little reserved in your answer for this though, man.
Nah, not at all.
Well, okay. From your interactions with Diddy though, right? Did you like interact with Diddy a lot, like directly, or was it like through other people?
It was, well, that's church and state. When we talk about, now, if you talk about, when you talk about Diddy, that man was a marketing mentor. He was a marketing monster. On music side, he had a game plan that was out of this world. We were, and once again, I had like a lot of different clients, like a lot of different labels, as you can tell. Like I had a plethora of them. But Puffy had a game plan. And even till this day, not on the documentary side, but on the music bit. Now, if we talk the music business, Puffy was like a Bill Belichick of music marketing, and you could tell everything. He had the Midas touch. So yeah, it's really it's kind of like it's a duality part because I mean, Bad Boy, I mean, for one, they pay phenomenal. And once again, we're not talking about the documentary, his personal life. We're talking about on the music side, he was brilliant. He's a genius.
Right. And just like to echo back to what we were saying earlier when we were talking about Benzino, like, yes, you can criticize a person personally
Exactly.
and whatever, right?
Yeah.
But you can't erase history and what they contributed to the culture and everything. And obviously, Diddy did contribute a lot to the culture, musically, fashion, all different types of stuff, you know?
Right,
Yeah.
exactly.
But did you have personal interactions with him, or was it through a third party, or like how was it?
Well, it was through industry events. We would, you know, Bad Boy, once again, it was like when General Motors, and I gotta really watch what I'm saying because I really want to get this point across. Yeah, we had events, but we had events like at Opryland in Nashville. We had events in like Manhattan, like, you know, different events. We talking about invite only, but it wasn't like that, like a party. It was like radio promoters. We were talking about notable people. None of that Epstein shit. It was like industry events, like a Biggie listening party. you can't go wrong when you having a Biggie listening party or something like that. And then most of my expertise, or a lot of it came from, they hired me to captain the Detroit market. So it wasn't like I was flying to New York to be in on a Biggie's studio session. We had to, everything was compartmentalized.
Right. So it wasn't like you were having phone calls with Diddy all the time or anything like that. It was like through.
No, but it was conference calls. I mean, you know, of course, it was almost like, say, like it was 20 cities. Like, imagine the top, like in just when I was with it, when I was at the company, it was 20 cities, the top 20 cities in America. And of course, Detroit was one of them. So you had New York, California, San Francisco, Houston, Dallas. And we got on the call weekly and we had to talk about marketing promotions, how to promote Biggie album or Total album or Puffy's album. And we came up when we had to do reports like, Mark, hey man, you know, this No Way Out tour, man, everybody's crazy. We should do this when they get to town, or that One More Chance remix is on fire. So we all was like kind of a think tank on how to break Bad Boy Records. And then also Puffy had an ancillary company where we promoted movies and different things, because Puffy was such on fire, other companies would come knocking. I remember it was a movie, Copland. And when we were working like some of Bad Boy Records, we worked movies too. So we had Copland. Then we had the when Puffy did the Godzilla movie. You know, it was like Puffy had a
Oh
song on
yeah,
the
with the "Come With
Godzilla.
Me"
So
song.
what do? We started working the Godzilla, you know, the Godzilla movie. So yeah, so it was in that type of environment.
So do you have like a favorite memory with Diddy or anything like
Well,
that? Like,
primarily it was Biggie. Because back then, when artists came out then, it wasn't no social media. I know I'm not sounding like a broken record, but it wasn't no social media. So the artists literally had to come to town for a week, and we were and this kind of goes earlier when we was talking about, you know, Detroit having so much money in it, because we were a middle class city and we had a lot of black people who worked in factories, and we had even the secondary jobs. So we had a lot of money. We had like 40 record stores, and like people in the industry who know what I'm talking, that know what I'm saying, they get where we had like an average city probably has like maybe 20 record stores. Detroit exponentially, it's like times 5. We had 100 record stores because this is Motown. We love our music. So you would be amazed back in them days. So when an artist, like a popular artist, they would want it to break because it was so much money here. A lot of money. You know, it's crazy that even it was a company called Handelman's. And Handelman's was like, and not to get into, I don't want to really get over engineer it, but technically speaking, we had the company that all the music that's in Walmart this is no longer happens now, but all the music that used to go through Walmart and Target, that company was here. So this was a very, very important city because it was the company, like in order for you to say, hey, you want to get in a Walmart, you had to come to Handelman's. That was a company back then. And you had to show like, hey, why for me order 10,000 Biggie CDs? Well, you know, Biggie got to come shake hands and kiss babies at Handelman. So I had a very, very, very important market in music. So we had a lot going on here. And with Biggie, when he first came out, he had to be here like 5 or 6 days. And so, you know, of course, we had the radio regionals, who was a little bit, if we talk about hierarchy, they were a little bit little bit over me, but then the street market. So we all came together as a team. It was like a whole team. So I had to literally be with Biggie when he was going in the record stores, we was going in the strip clubs. I had to literally be there. And so me and Biggie, man, we gained a rapport, going in the strip club. Like I said, we was just hanging out. But mind you, them 6 days was not just sitting in the hotel room, sitting like going into the breakfast club. We had to do radio, we had to do retail, barbershops, whatever was hot, where it was a vibe, we went there. So we and Biggie like had way more of a relationship where like that. It's crazy, right? Um Mary J. Blige, because once again, Puffy was so enamored everywhere that Mary J. Blige did a show here, and this is gonna blow people's mind. And Puffy at that show, Puffy was Mary J. Blige's hype man for the night. And they just wanted Mary J. Blige to really, this was like kind of, I forgot what record it was. It was like they were really, it was, Biggie was live. It was, so it happened in like maybe 95, whatever album and tour Mary J. Blige was on in 95. Because what happened, Puffy was her hype man for the whole night. It was in Detroit. It was in downtown Detroit. And then out of nowhere, Biggie shows up. and Biggie shows up and he performed. I didn't even know he was going to be there. He came like last minute to support Mary. So at the end of the night, Puffy and Biggie.
No, this had to be the My Life album, right?
It was 90. Not, I think it was the one I'm Going Down. The one, maybe her third.
Yeah. That's the My Life album.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So, man, outside it was Fox Theater. So outside everywhere, Puffy is outside. I don't know. He goes out. Maybe he was like trying to look for some girls. So he goes out in the crowd. He's getting mobbed. And I'm there at the event because they told me, Bad Boy was like, "Hey, Mark, be on stand." Or Puff. We knew Puffy was gonna be there. They was like, "Mark, you gotta be support for Puffy. Whatever he needs in town, you gotta have his. But like just like ancillary stuff." So I go to Puffy. I was like, "Hey, man, I'm Mark Hicks, Bad Boy." I was at meetings, so I was like, "Man, Mark Hicks, what's going on?" Because he had got to Detroit late. So he's like, "Oh yeah, what's going on? What's up? Well, fam." And then Biggie comes behind. And Puffy like, "Yeah, man, this I got Mark Hicks." And Biggie like, "Nigga, I know Mark Hicks more than you know, nigga." So I mean, that's how kind of the rapport, because Biggie come out the back door, because they like they weren't backstage, they were like out in the public, because it was a lot of fine-ass girls that night at that concert. And so they was just hanging out like outside of the venue. Of course they had the security, and Biggie was like, "Man, I know Mark." I'm like, because literally when Biggie would come to town, it was like, man, we went everywhere. And of course, Puffy was being an executive and doing, running Bad Boy. He wasn't with Biggie then.
But Diddy never came to town to like really promote his own records and stuff like that, because you got the No Way Out and everything.
Yeah, but you got to remember that was after Biggie passed, and that was like, I won't go say that's like at the end of my tenure, but at that point, and I gotta say, I gotta pop my collar a little bit. Man, I'm wearing a collar. When unfortunately Biggie died, Puffy's first album was No Way Out. At that point, Pepsi had got involved, and and Biggie was doing arenas. So we really didn't have to do the grassroots, like how Biggie and Faith and all of that. We didn't have to do that.
Got you, man.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but yeah, it was like we would do like events at like Handelman's, and Handelman's is this big ass factory and in way suburban Detroit. And Puffy would go there and like come, and then he would go to radio stations and stuff like that. We didn't really do the grassroots. So my company, we were really like third support then. We were like on the safety zone. We didn't have to like flood the gates, like flood the line like back in the, in the Craig Mack and the Total and the Faith days.
Would you say that your interactions with Diddy were always pretty much positive?
Yeah, but he wanted the best out of you in terms of marketing. Yes. Yeah, he
Got you. Okay.
yeah, I mean the mentor, the way he ran that label, it was bound to be successful, to be real with you.
Were you around during the whole Diddy college death incident?
No, I was not. No, that was before, that preceded. That was when he was at Uptown. No, I was not. No.
Right. That's when he was at Uptown with
Yeah,
Andre
that was
Harrell and
like
everything.
I came on. I remember, and this is man, God's been so great to me. I was at something, and a lot of people, I bet you a lot of your subscribers wouldn't know. It was something called New Music Seminar in New York. It was like a convention. It was a music convention. A lot of people nowadays don't know what the fuck a music convention is. And it was a New Music Seminar music convention. And it was in 94. It was in the summer of 94. And my boy Wayne Wells, I just talked to Wayne. He used to, my boy, we drove to New York. And it was so crazy. We drove to New York, and he had a what they call that car? They don't even make them no more. What is a stick shift? And I get in his car. I'm like, yeah, man, let's drive to New York. I get him to put my bag in. I don't know how to drive a stick shift, so he had to drive. He had to drive all the way from Detroit to New York, and because they didn't have a stick, I didn't know how to drive a stick shift. But I'm just saying. So we go to New York, and we just hanging out. And man, at the convention, Bad Boy, man. It's like, this was like when Flavor Your Ear had just, Biggie wasn't even dropped yet. It was a whole rally point was Craig Mack.
Oh, I think you talked about this last time. That's
Yeah,
right. Yeah.
Okay, so basically, I had we talked about this last time, so they gotta go watch the other interview. And it was then when I got home, somebody was like, "Hey, Mark, can you meet this lady named Andrina Somerville? She wants to see if she wants to hire you for the Bad Boy account." And I was like, man, I was so happy because, dude, I was like, oh, fuck yeah. Because I had seen the movement in New York. I was just a civilian. I mean, I had accounts. Like, that's why I came to the seminar, because I was starting to get my weight was, my company was booming. And so you go there to like, service your clients and let them know, hey, I'm here, and I'm just, get them to, get to know your face. So when I came back and I got that call, I was like, yeah, man, I want in on the fun. And then, then they was passing out them Biggie samplers, and I was like, oh man, this is gonna blow. And then it's just crazy. We just got into a whole nother, and then that just really happened, man. That was golden years, man.
Yeah, man, that's crazy. Um how I mean, do you think that it's fair what has happened to Diddy?
Do I think it's fair? It's so many points missing out of it. Do I think it's fair? Uh, I'll say this. I think the prosecution wasn't, and I wasn't an avid day-to-day watch. I got some of my boys, they watched that whole court case, they didn't miss a second of it. I just couldn't do it. I was so focused on like, like I'm going through founding, up north heat, and we'll talk about that later, but I couldn't I didn't watch the whole court case, but the bits and pieces, I think it was some pieces missing in that case that I was like, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. You know, I don't know. I mean, and this is where I get a little bit of, I'm not trying to cover my ass here, but I do believe in the power of karma, prayer, and I hope anybody that got affected by that and not judged right on any aspect of that, I hope, justice gets done. I do. I really think that. And that's just coming from I'm speaking on a spiritual level. Yeah.
I hear you, man, for sure. That was a good CYA moment.
I mean, no. But I do. I'm a very, and I mean, I know you want to ask another question, but myself, I've always been like a transcendental, spiritual vibe kind of person. I've always, that's just been me. And you know, I live vicariously in that era. So, so I just want to say that because it was on my heart.
No, I hear you, man, for sure. Definitely
Yeah.
prayers out to all of the people that have been affected by it. Are you the type of person that can separate the art from the person?
Yes. Yes, I can. Now, yeah, I can. And as though that's even when we go back to Kid Rock, I mean, I separated and I really can't say nothing. I mean, I'm dead serious, Panda. I really can't say nothing really bad about, the person of Kid Rock. But then, like, as proof, because, why would Proof even be friends with him in the beginning if he was an asshole? So, like, say, like, he blurts something out or says something, it's being addressed. You know what I'm saying? So, I do. You have to in my line of work, it has to be you gotta separate art from that. You have to. It's hard, and I know why some people can't decipher it. Oh, I get it. I feel you. Yeah, I feel not you per se, but I get it.
Yeah, it's definitely hard, but I do think that it's necessary. But I think that the problem is as fans, people put people on pedestals and think that they know somebody based off of just their music, and you really
Right.
don't know that person at all. So when you build it up in your head that, oh, this person is like superhuman or like, like incapable of making mistakes or being flawed, that's where the problem starts.
Yeah.
Because like, for example, like R. Kelly, right? You can say what you want about R. Kelly, but at the end of the day, he's still one of the greatest R&B singers, if not the greatest R&B singer that has ever existed.
Right.
And that's like, you can't really refute that. Like, that's just like the man is just insanely talented, even if they say that he can't read or whatever. So I mean, like, that guy is just amazing. But again, like Diddy, he's marketing genius. Right, he has the ear for whatever. If you want to say he didn't make the beats or whatever, but from a producer conductor kind of standpoint, like, he did his thing.
Well, I think we really gotta sympathize with that comes along with the territory. And my experience and even like, like when I go on, like talking to girls and like, friends and family, they have such a different view of the game. I was blessed enough where some of my friends, even some of my childhood friends, I helped them get into the music business. And some of the hardworking people I ran into, when I was out doing my promo work, that I became, they became friends. Like I mean, I like, I work with like Rock Sykes, you know, it's so many different people that I can't even really want to go into the different, people, like Marcus Howe. It's so many guys that I really loved and I seen a talent in them and I was like, man, they're dope. And they get it, but the game is such it's just it has such a different opinion of how they, the interpretation of how it's kind of like a psychology. Like I've read, I'm a one of my hobbies is reading. I've read psychology books, studying the you know the 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 music business. You have to. And people think like Kevin Gates is what Kevin Gates you see him on in reality. But I will say the modern I gotta stop myself. The modern artists have less filters. They have less filters than the artists from back in the day. Like I'm talking about like 10 years ago, some of these artists just what the fuck they are. Like NBA Youngboy, I believe I've never met NBA Youngboy, but I think he's not acting. I think that's the real NBA Youngboy. Cause it's no more, it's no in the industry back, like 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, 40 years ago, they had to put on a persona. And I
Right.
think that's
Well,
kind of,
social media, I think, has really made a difference in that.
yeah, that's the main culprit of it. Yes.
Yeah, for sure. I wanted to ask you about Nassan, aka Proof's
Uh-huh.
son. He was on the platform, on the radar, doing a
Oh
cipher,
yeah.
and he went at Revolt and Rob Markman.
Right.
What did you think about
And he
that?
went at while we at it, well, fuck it. Why we just do a hat trick? He went after what? Anthony Fanato, Anthony. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, for not, yeah. I know who you're talking
Yeah, he
about.
went at
Yeah.
them. So yeah, so let's do the three. Yeah. So what's the question?
What would you think about that?
Oh, what I think about it? Hey, it's no filters now. And Nassan is a nephew. I consider him a nephew. I was, I love that boy, man. I was there at the hospital when he was born. You Man, I love that kid, and I like Proof is one of my close friends ever. I think Nassan has his own persona and he has his own style. And it's him. He's an artist. He's doing what he's doing. I mean, it's hard to
What'd you think of I'm sorry, go
no,
ahead.
it's hard to Nassan is being an artist and he's being his own man. And I mean, it's hard to, I can't like call Nassan and say, hey man, what are you doing? And what is this? What is this? My opinion of how that should have been handled maybe was different than what he did. But I mean, hey, it's on the flow now. I mean, nowadays, man, when shit happens and relationships or friendships or business, shit just be on the floor. It just happens. So I mean, it happened, and I think him and Rob Markman and I think Revolt, they had an amicable. They like kind of talked it out, and stuff happened. Now, mind you, I gotta proceed. Like I said earlier, Kino is is his his manager, Kino, who manages Royce, is his manager, and he's managed, and his label is a Symbol Sound. That's a hell of a hit makers. They're like our Detroit version of Love Revolution out of LA, who got the Summer Walkers and all them. They're like really making hits now, Symbol Sound. And so he signed to a label that I know Garrett, the owner, and of course, Kino, that's my guy. But I am really just a concerned uncle. I'm just a Jedi that I got my lightsaber ready if Nassan ever need me, just on some concerned uncle stuff. And Nassan calls me every once in a while to get some advice on different things. But I have no business influence in it. And I like it that way. I'm more so, the the family guy that's sitting, you know, when a player get drafted in the NBA and they're sitting there and the uncle with the plate of chicken wings and got the Hennessy and sitting on the couch while you know, during the draft day. So I'm not in action with Nassan. Now, honestly, we will have more interaction when my Up North Heat platform rises, because you know we'll get to that later. But it's about, you know, right now my Up North Heat platform is about Michigan acts only at the moment. You know, because we're taking it, you know, we're compartmentalizing. So we will cover Nassan because Nassan is a very man. His every day I see how he grows in his social media and his views. And man, the kid is on fire. This has been a very productive year so far this year for him.
What did you think of Rob Markman's response to him?
Oh,
Rob's your guy,
no,
right?
I don't know Rob.
You're cool with
No,
Rob,
I don't
right?
know Rob.
Oh, I thought you knew Rob.
I don't know that man. No, I don't. I really don't know him. I was using the Whitney Houston, or what is that? The Whitney Houston Mariah Carey, when they said that she knew Jennifer Lopez. No, Rob Markman, I've industry events, I've never done business with him. We've been at events and we've got introduced to each other, but Rob has never worked at Shady. Somebody else said that before. No, Rob never worked at Shady. And I think people be mixing up, you know, different
Oh no, I'm
people
not
at Shady.
saying that he worked at Shady. I just thought that you knew him like from around the way.
No. I knew him as a writer, you know, as an art, but you know, and then he kind of like he I just remember he was a hell of a writer from back when I would read periodicals and different things. I remember his name, but no, I think he came on some textbook, you know, broke down how he covered other people. It was really like a textbook answer he gave. No diss or nothing, but I think he gave a textbook answer, you know, reply to what Nasana was saying.
What did you think about Nassan's performance recently that he had put up on online, where it was like he was talking about the 365 deals, where like he had the chain around his neck and stuff like a slave and all that? Like, what did you think about that?
It was I think it was very, and I say this in a nice way, it was very performative. But you know, I think, and I'm kind of being, you know, a family member. I think that kid is brilliant in terms of he's a two. He makes good music, and you know he directs a lot of his videos, and he comes up with the concepts out of his head. And I think he has a very performative angle to Nassan as an artist. So you're gonna always see um I don't want to use the word shock, but I think the son is gonna always come up with something creative. Yeah, he always will. You know, it's almost like
I thought it was genius.
yeah, yeah. It was phenomenal. It was mind blowing. I had to watch it. Like everybody is talking about that. You know, everybody is, and he comes with it, and it gives you something to think about. You know, about like the 360 deals and all of that. But it's so funny, man, because I'm kind of caught in I'm kind of old school industry mark, and I have my opinions on that, which I've during this whole interview I've espoused. But I see where the youth is coming from too. And in this game, you always gotta make adapt. You gotta adapt. You know, you gotta adapt and make your thought processes gotta change. Even the industry people has had to make changes to their thought process. And I do think that Nassan is an elixir of making people think, especially his generation.
Right, right. And let me take this time to make this correction. I said 365 deals. I meant 360 deals. Okay, because you know how people get
Oh no, yeah, no,
in
that's
the
cool. I
comments.
got
You know, I'm thinking Whole Foods right now. No, But yeah, definitely. I think that it was amazing what he did, and I'm really excited to see what else is he's got coming out, man, for sure.
Yeah, he got to put out some. He even said it on his Instagram. He's got to put some. He's about to put some music out because he's got the world, the attention of it. You know, he has the world.
Mark, that's what you need to do. You need to get me an interview with Nassan. That's what you need to do.
Nassan don't really you know. Yeah, he's gonna
No,
but he's coming out of his pause. He's breaking his shell, and you're gonna start seeing that because Nassan really never interviewed, and it's so crazy the transformation that young man has made. Cause he came from he got offended. I guess we could kind of cover it a little bit now. But at first, I'll admit, the Nine Porter really noticed him at first. The Nine Porter, from D12. And he said, yo, he was like, Nassan has kind of got some shit going. And everybody was like, what? Okay. Because, okay, every kid want to rap. I used to be a rapper. Every kid wants to rap. So in my lane, you'd be like, okay.
I used to be a rapper.
Yeah. So you get like, okay, that's cool. And then one time me and Paul was at dinner, I believe, Paul Rosenberg. He was like, yo, the Nine was right. I'm really hearing some stuff. I really like listening to some of the Nassan stuff. I'm like, word. Cause his mom, Sharonda, is like a sister of mine, because that was Proof's wife. That's Proof's wife. And she always would be like, man, Nassan cooking up some stuff. He down in the basement and he making some music. And man, he got people over here talking, and this girl, man, he got everybody over here, and they like saying he gonna blow up. And I'm like, okay, Sharonda, it's cute. Okay. I'm being real. I was like, okay. And then once again,
why though? Why were you being dismissive of it?
you have to be dismissive in my line of work. You have to, I want to say it's certain levels, but it is certain levels, because everybody raps. And I wasn't being dismissive. I love the kid. I always love the kid. But I was like, okay, it's getting okay. But then like the Nine was like, yo, it's real. And then when Paul says real, I said, man, let me go. Sharonda, send me that. Send me some music. No, I talked to the son. I said, man, send me some music. Man, that shit was fire. I'm talking about that shit was like, damn. And then he got into this, then like his next door neighbor, who unfortunately he passed away. He passed away of natural death. The next door neighbor, when he was down, when we talking about, this is probably when he was 17, 16. The next door neighbor said, dude, you so dope. I'm gonna put you in this contest. And he won the contest. It was some crazy anti-cigarette campaign and Nassan really started like getting work. It was like people were really start covering him, like national, like international platforms started like, yo, this kid is hot. So my point being is, at that time, Nassan didn't even wanted to be acknowledged that Proof was his dad. He loved his dad, but he just wanted to stand out as Nassan. So it was a point where we got him, well, his mom and Shanera, not Bun B wife, Pimp C wife, they had this event down at South by Southwest, like in Austin, Texas, and the son goes there, and man, I'm all hype. I'm like, man, this is Proof's son, and y'all need to recognize it. I'm up there, I'm doing my thing, like Muhammad Ali said. Give me the show. I know how to sell the show. And so we were just like, And, Nassan kind of pulled me aside like, man, kind of take it easy on that, I just want to stand out on my own. Okay. And I was like, what? And then when he really explained to me, I said, man, you know what? This is a kid teaching an adult a lesson. I was like, I got you. So I laid back on the reference of him and Proof, and we just let Nassan just start growing on his own. And then he had got to deal with Empire. Empire gave him a situation. Then he went over to Def Jam, and now he's at Atlantic Records.
All right. Kevin Black did an interview saying that Eminem battled DMX on Funk Flex back in the days. This was at the time DMX was already out. He was super famous. Eminem was on the come up. You saw the clip, right?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Well, for the people that don't know, can you wait. For the people that don't know, can you share who Kevin Black is?
Okay, Kevin Black. I met Kevin Black. I met him through a guy by the name of Fade. Well, okay, this might take a little minute. Death Row Records was distributed by Interscope Records, right? It's two different record companies. At the time, Death Row had a promoter by the name, a head of promotions by the name of Kevin Black, who we're talking about. Interscope had a head of promotions by a guy named Fade Duvernay. One of my guys at Tommy Boy, matter of fact, no, I'll tell you who it was. Fat Man Scoop said, hey man, because at the time I was working for Tommy Boy Records, and Fat Man Scoop said, hey man, my guy Fade is coming to Detroit, and Interscope really don't have a lot of help there, and can you like be a guide for my guy? Like act like he's me. I said, all right, no problem. So I meet Fade Duvernay and we do this, and Fade and Kevin Black want to do this big party, for all the DJs, and they rented out a hotel room, and they just wanted a record store DJ radio appreciation day, and I helped them coordinate that. We had liquor, we had everything we could imagine. We had food for days, and so that's the first meeting I had with Kevin Black, and then Kevin Black after that, and we talking about, this was for, I'm dating myself here. This was for, I believe, Above the Rim soundtrack in '94. So we did that. I didn't get the account at Interscope. I didn't get the account. I just was being a friendly, one of my clients wanted me to help out with Interscope and Death Row. And I didn't make a dollar. I had a nice time. I can't say I had the time of my life, because at that point, that was like a daily operation. So that's how I met Kevin Black. And then during the industry, when he would come here, so he took full control over Death Row Promotions. And he would come to town often, to Detroit. Okay, so I got to know Kevin Black, and he was over at Death Row. Nah, he was with Death Row for a long time. He was the head of promotions, and he was a nice, cordial guy with me. Very good. We got a good relationship. Now, where I had an overlaps and what I didn't understand about that interview, to be honest with you, it is a guy by the name of Renee McLean, and I consider him, he's one of my mentors. He gave me a shot in the music business when a lot of people didn't. He was one of my first major accounts. Like, I had like different accounts, of course, but I met him and he gave me the Elektra Records account. So, that was Busta Rhymes, Missy Elliott. That was a lot of that at that time. It was a high profile record label, Elektra Records, and Renee was promotions over there. And so, bless his soul, wherever Renee went, I went. So Renee left Elektra Records, he went over to Interscope. And a little bit of the relapse was when Eminem blew up. I mean, when he first got to Interscope, it was a guy by the name of Anthony Daughtry, AD. That's one of my good mentors. He's a good friend of mine. I talk to him still. I talk to him. I talk to Renee too. And AD was over there when M signed. Something happened, I don't know, job transfers. Then Renee took over right when How My Name. But How My Name, which was M's first, because AD did the Just Don't Give a Fuck M first song first single or first single off of the Eminem's first album. But then a job transfer happened, a transition happened. Then Renee took over. And so Renee was over there for like an album cycle, maybe 2 album cycle, and then Kevin Black came over. So I don't see how Kevin Black wasn't around Eminem from my recollections, because I just remember 80 Renee and then Kevin Black. When it was over with Eminem for Eminem, I'm talking about Interscope and whatever. So I don't know. I can't recall that kind of situation happening, especially during the time they were talking about. It would either have to be AD or Renee McLean. That's just my interpretation of it. I don't, the way Kevin was saying it, I don't remember Kevin being in the early parts of the whole Eminem explosion, but he was there for a large chunk of Eminem, like the album, like the albums that the latter albums, like the second and third album, I want to believe he came over there like
right, the Marshall Mathers LP and the
exactly
Eminem show.
Yep, he was over there then. I want to believe he was. And you be talking about Interscope, yes.
Well, because it's kind of crazy, because in that same interview when he's talking about that battle, right, which everyone that's talked about the battle has been like, they have no recollection of anything like this even happening, and a lot of people that have lived in New York like all their lives, I've seen they say like, yo, like Flex never had any kind of show where it was like a battle like that.
What did Flex say about it? I never seen what did Flex say about it?
Flex hasn't come out and said anything as far as I know. And then also Kevin went as far as saying there would be no Eminem without Kevin Black. Like he broke that record, the My Name Is.
Man, I'm speaking out and once again, I have been under the Kevin Black. I don't even think me and Kevin Black ever, now on a management term, like he was definitely there. He was the head of promotions. Like when he made a tremendous contribution to the D12. Because now, mind you, I'm transcending. You talking about Mark Hicks, who had a promotions marketing company, right? And then you're talking about Mark Hicks when he was co-manager with Rico Shelton in D12. So D12, he had a significant, he was head of rap promotions at Interscope. Now, that's for sure. But so when you talk about the Marshall Mathers LP, I think that's when the transitions happened and Renee was leaving Interscope and Kevin Black was coming in. But when you talk about the Slim Shady LP, I really don't remember, that type of that I don't even think he would, because Kevin Black was, I think he went from, I'm kind of speaking on him, but I think he went from Death Row, and I think he went to another label. Then he came back to work at Interscope. So he played a very, very, very significant role in a lot of different, I think maybe even 2001, Chronic 2001, he played. I think that was when that was he was playing a hell of a role in all of that.
So, in your opinion, do you think that battle really happened?
I don't think so, man.
Yo, Mark,
I
come
don't think
on.
so. I don't think so. I don't see how time-wise that happened. Oh, and no. And honestly, I know shit happens off camera, but I don't even see how that's possible to happen because, Interscope, the locks at that time, the locks and the locks was on Interscope. So Rough Riders their home was Interscope. That was a distributor. And DMX, of course, is on Def Jam. I just don't see that. Or maybe the only part that could have happened, maybe the locks, Rough Riders, that Kevin Black was consulting with the Rough Riders. But I don't think, from my anonymous sources, from my strong anonymous sources, they say that didn't happen.
Oh, so you spoke with people about it?
Yes. Yeah, my anonymous sources, they said it didn't happen.
Wow. Why do you think that he would say that story, though?
I don't know. I don't know I don't know. Unless, I don't know. You asking me a question, and I haven't talked to Kevin Black in probably like maybe 15. Kevin Black has been like, I think he's like doing what I'm doing, like, like kind of private sector. He's not working with like majors anymore. But I don't know.
Hey man, you gotta chill out on the sound,
Oh,
man.
okay.
But you saying that he does private sector?
Yeah, I think he do, but I haven't talked to Kevin Black or seen in like that. When I seen that, it was like me seeing a ghost. I hadn't probably seen Kevin Black in like maybe like 10 years, 10, 12 years. So I don't, he came out of that and I was like, wow.
All right. What do you think about the whole Rhymefest story that he told about Scribble Jam and battling Eminem, and M said the N-word to him and all this stuff like that in the battle, and it was proven that that story never happened because I had interviewed my guy Mr. Dibbs, who was the co-founder of Scribble Jam, and they're working on a documentary about Scribble Jam, and people from Shady and I think Paul and stuff had reached out to the people doing the documentary to put out the clip of M rapping the verse that he was referring to, and it wasn't even towards Rhymefest at all. It was towards another rapper by the name of All Star, and he never once dropped the N-word in that. Man, roll the clip.
As soon as Rhymefest said that, somebody sent it to me, and I'm like, oh, fuck it. But first of all, if that had happened, Eminem would have got clanked with a bottle. Like, we don't play that shit. We don't. That doesn't fly here. And I'm like, but fuck no. I'm like, I don't even think that. So I'm scouring through all the DVDs, and I'm like, yeah, it's fucking All-Star, because it was always a funny battle. Like, blah, blah, I'm playful with you. I'll staple stitch you. Everybody in this fucking playfulness, you try to turn my facial tissue into a fucking racial issue. And I'm like, and then that's it. And then the crowd's screaming, so it doesn't really matter. I'm like, there's no N-bomb in there. And I'm like, and that's All-Star. So you're watching Rhymefest tell a story that has absolutely dick to do with him. He's not even in the background on that one. He's over there fucking doing whatever he does. Had nothing to do with him. No. It's fucking All-Star. And he literally, Rhymefest says the words in the interview, except he adds the N-bomb in there. And then he tells the story like, and I couldn't even be mad at him that he called me that. And I just had to keep battling him. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? You didn't battle. Period. No. It's basically, it's either I don't know. I don't think he does that. I don't think he does drugs and shit. I think you're either mistaken or you're just fucking lying.
What did you think about that?
Just people need Just people want to be relevant. We're in a TikTok 24-hour camera cycle. You know, that comes with the territory. I know I'm gonna sound like I'm such just dragging that whole quote, but it just comes with the territory. You know, you people who just want to make some noise and just want to. I mean, that it doesn't shock me at all. That's great. That's like asking a woman to be good.
That's crazy though. Like to me, it's just like that's a serious allegation to put against somebody, bro. And especially when the footage has existed online for so many years, right? For you can say at least 20 years. Like, why would you come out and say something like that? That's a clearly a bold-faced lie, you know?
We in this is the game we're in, man. I have documented footage of, man, even me myself, I have literally like say like with the proof thing, right? Everybody knows that I was proof manager forever and a day in the early years. I executive produced all the proof stuff. It's online. All of this is online. And motherfuckers be like, well, I overseen this and I overseen that. It's like, dude, are you crazy? So when you talk about that, I'm so used to that, Panda. You wouldn't even believe how people have like, I mean, they do that all the time, man. So that's just kind of like, I done became analgesic to that whole process. It doesn't even bother me at all about none of that. It really don't.
So you weren't surprised at all when you first saw Rhymefest come out and say that?
I think people need sensationalism, and people will get drawn to that. And rather him just saying, "Hey, I'm cool," you know, he had that one record, you know, Kanye put him on. That was one of my jams back when he came out. That brand new, brand new. I don't think that, you know, I don't think in this day and time it happens no more. And man, who would ever think? Just to kind of answer your question, right? Who in the fuck would ever think Mark Hicks would be in 2026 talking to a hip hop platform like Panda Chop? Point being is, man, all of us in that era, we had a live fast, die young type of vibe to us, man. 2026, me being at the age I am at 25, it's amazing, man. You get what I'm saying? So my point is that who would think that Rhymefest, but that happened like last year, like late last year, or whatever. You know, Rhymefest is still got bills to pay. I suggest he's got a family to feed, and he's got to create some type of hype. So we've really, and this is the secret. This is the secret. I'm about to breaking news. Most guys in hip hop in our era, we didn't expect to be like really doing shit in 2026. We really didn't. I mean, I'm not saying we all expected to, you know, and like I said, I'm just saying like I think most motherfuckers are thinking like, you know, like you know, thinking like, well, by that age, 2026, man, I'll probably be in a spaceship and be retired. And now now it became upon us that we here now. And I think you're gonna get that a lot. What we like the such we talked about. I think people want to be, and this is just Mark Hicks' opinion. That's all. I might be wrong. I just told this girl, I said, look, I think you full of shit, but 90% of the time I'm wrong in life, which I'm not. And my opinion is, I think guys from my era, they have to stay relevant. They want to stay relevant. And I would say, you know, even from the Kanye West and all the kind of bullshit he's spouting, I think that you know, and I know you didn't ask me about Kanye West, but I think, you know, I used to be a big Kanye. I was one of the biggest Kanye West fans, but I think he noticed he was getting long in the tooth and he couldn't compete with Little Uzi Vert, and he couldn't compete with the like the drama that not drama, but the, you know, the aesthetics of Kendrick Lamar. And what do he do? He just pounds in and he starts like dissing Kendrick for a hot second. Then he dissed straight. And I think our era, because all of us, like my brother Prue said, when you say you don't have an ego, that's your ego saying you don't have an ego. I think us all being, you know, kind of inoculated in the hip hop culture, we have egos. And I think we like, damn, how can I become more relevant again? And I think if lies don't even matter no more. You know, like, lies don't even that's not even that's like what I gotta lie for this? Oh yeah, I'll lie, fuck it. And I think that's a sad case that we deal with in this society nowadays.
Yeah, and you're right though. The sad thing about the culture now though is nobody cares about the truth when the lie is more
Yeah,
entertaining too,
exactly.
because the audience just cares about being entertained even if they know it's BS. Like look at how many podcasts that these rappers are doing now, lying all the time, and people that are watching know they're being lied to, but they don't care. Like that's just insane to me. Like I don't want to consume something if I know that the person is lying, and you could totally tell like they're putting on a show, stretching the numbers, and we ain't got to say names, but you know what I'm talking about though. But you know, it's insane. But like to me, with the Rhymefest situation, I'm looking at it like, bro, you have your own story about when you battled M. Like, why wouldn't you just tell that story? Why would you tell a story that is not even true and that could be easily disproven? You know, like maybe you wouldn't have gotten as many clicks, but at the same time, like to this level, like now, like your name is not as credible because of what you said,
Right. That's
you know?
it's totally, man. I mean, the game, but you know, you gotta remember, man. Hip hop is it's going in a weird trajectory right now. It's really going in an atmosphere where we don't know where it's gonna head because I mean, it's so many lies out there. Like I even say to myself, I maybe even said this in our last interview, our first inaugural interview. I might have said this that I don't know. I think I fell in love with hip hop. Well, I was always, you know, my mom was buying some vinyl, but I remember I was watching on MTV when I really fell in love with it. When I was like, "Oh, this is my life now." A special ed, I got it made. That video came on, and I was watching rap videos before then, but I was like, just the style, the couth of special ed, and I got a, you know, I got a Poussant and all of that crazy stuff he was saying. I was like, man, I went out and because I was the baby in the family, so I always like, you know, I always would, you know, go get my brother's Run DMC tape or my sister's Salt and Pepper tape or whatever. But that's when I first went out and I brought Special Ed Youngest in Charge album. That's that was one of my first investment in hip hop. Special Ed Youngest in Charge album. And okay, so with that being said, it's like, man, when you start investing in when you start like really becoming into hip hop, it's like it takes on a whole road. And my point being is, I think I was maybe 14. I don't know if I was 14 in this era, I don't know if I would really fuck with hip hop. I'm being honest with you. I don't think I could. When I say inoculated and fall in love with it, I mean I just went straight hip hop. I like, you know, the clothes, the styles. I would get, you know, the source Mac. Well, the source was maybe like back then it was probably Black Beat or something, but you know, you become inoculated into the culture. And I don't think the mark at 14, I don't think I would have embraced hip hop like if I was 14 now, because it's so much lies and motherfuckers it's like a lot of fakeness. And back then it was real. It was like
Right.
it was attainable. When you seen like Biz Markie with a true uh jumpsuit on and a donkey gold chain, it would it plays it plays a role in it. So it was attainable. But nowadays it's just so fake now. It's like
Yeah,
yeah.
man. For sure. All right, let's talk about 8 Mile.
Mhm.
Did you do any kind of work for 8 Mile?
Well, no, in that aspect of it, of course, well, that's like a nuanced question. I didn't have no in the production of it. That came totally from the Paul Rosenberg, Stuart Parr, Eminem's manager, Stuart Parr, who's Paul's cousin, and he's played a very integral part to the whole breaking Eminem because he did the merchandise and he's one of the ones that brought the 8 Mile to the whole Eminem camp, I believe. And at that point, I was managing D12, and we were on tour. So our job was, me and Rico Shelton's job was, we was managing D12. We went on a national tour, but we also had to bring Proof back and forth because it was Proof was in 8 Mile, and it might have showed like he was only on there like for like 3 or 4 minutes, but that scene and some outtakes, it took like, I think Proof shooting was like 2 weeks. So we had to manage, the Proof contract. We had to, just you asked about my input into 8 Mile. We had to get Proof a proper booking agent. A young lady by the name of Dana. We had to hire Dana to be his movie agent. I'm talking his movie agent. We had to fill out the paperwork. It's a lot too when an actor has a speaking part in a movie. He has to sign up with AFTRA and all of this other crazy stuff. And so we were doing that. And then we had songs on the 8 Mile album. And, I think only one of them made the album because I gotta remember that, you know, what the public sees is not what I see on my desk. So we had a couple of more songs, I believe that they didn't make it to daylight, but we had Rap Game on there and so we had to oversee a lot on that part just for the whole D12. And so yeah, we were like on that during 8 Mile, we were heavily on tour and it was crazy. It was crazy. We were going back and forth and doing a lot of different stuff. But yeah, and then M wanted to stay very concentrated on on his movie. That was his first time being an actor per se in a movie, so he had to stay concentrated. So, it was just different it was different things happening during that time.
Right. So like when it first got announced that they were gonna do a movie, like what was your reaction?
Um, I thought it was dope, man. I thought the whole concept, 8 Mile, because man, 8 Mile, a person living here, we instantly got it. Because 8 Mile is that, to this day, right? I don't want to give up. It might be a couple of my exes on here that make that's still like fatally attraction to me. But I tell you, man, I live near one of the miles. I'm gonna give one. I live kind of sort of near 12 Mile, right? And 12 Mile is, and it's always 8 Mile is the border between the suburbs and the hood. It's like that's the for anybody from Michigan or especially somebody from Metro Detroit, they know what I was talking about. 8 Mile is like when you get past 8 Mile, or some people that got bad license and no insurance, they don't even want to go past 8 Mile because that's the suburbs. So 8 Mile has always been like the I don't want to say the Mendoza line, but it's how kind of like the Mason Dixie line. And so instantly, people like 8 Mile was so catchy about what was gonna predicting of it. But then when I started like getting the concept of the movie, just from like, just being on the team, I was like, it was brilliant. And then the director, he passed away, I think like a couple of years ago. He did a couple of movies that I loved. He did now I can't think of it, but man, he when he came aboard, he was a world renowned director. When he came aboard, it was like God, man. It was like this gonna be some real shit. This ain't gonna be like no fucking $10 DVD movie. This gonna be like some okay, we get into it.
Right. For sure. And, I mean, the people that they had in the movie with, when Omar Benson Miller played you in the movie,
Oh, you know what, Panda? You know what? I meant to call your ass on that. I was watching another battle. What's that? Leonardo DiCaprio movie. And one of my friends, she was like, Mark, you haven't watched another battle and you haven't watched Sinners. What the fuck is wrong with you? Because man, I'm so crazy. Like my thought process, like man, I watch like ESPN or I watch like Benny Hill all day. I got a weird way I deal with I study pop culture at this point in my life. So I said, you know what, fuck it. I said, I queued up another battle, or what is it? Another that Leonardo, and I watched that, and then I watched Sinners, and Omar is all in Sinners. I said, motherfucker, Pandy, that come from the last interview, man. You got motherfuckers thinking that.
What? Come on, man.
Did you watch Sinners?
No, I didn't watch Sinners though.
Oh, that's from that. Okay, well, you don't get it. I thought you watched Sinners, but in Sinners,
No.
Omar plays he has a nice, healthy acting role in Sinners. That's that Michael B. Jordan movie. Excellent movie.
Right. No, I know what movie it is. Yeah. And then you had Anthony Mackie before he like really blew up, right? You know what I mean? So he was playing Papa Doc. Fuck a clock. Anyways, and then of course Mekhi Phifer, right? How did you feel about Mekhi Phifer's portrayal of Proof? Do you think that he did a great job?
You know what? The crazy part, this is wild. Okay, like when it was really happening, man, we were like, I don't want to say we was big as IBM, but man, during the Eminem explosion, man, everybody would be compartmentalized. And to be honest, I gotta like roll it back a little bit. When you talk about the Scribble Jam, man, I forgot what I was working on back then, but my former partner, Rico Shelton, that was his about about like the scribble, just in that department, that was his. We had like assignments because I mean we always on the same page, but it would be days I would be working on something like a publishing situation, or I would be out in LA handling some business. And then me and Rico, of course, we coordinate and we were on the same page, but it was so many times. And when you talk about like the Scribble Jam and all of that, that was Rico department, like the rap battles and all of that, because like I said, he had the brigade, which was the Nine and Conniver, and then you know, he had Bazaar on his label, so he was much more into the independent battle rhyme. And then when Proof kept getting elevated, and I'll admit something. I'm gonna say something. I know I'm probably gonna catch a little flack for this. I know I'm gonna catch some flack for this, but I literally checked out when Proof won. He lost the Blaze battle. by controversy. But then when he won the Source battle, and that was right then, that was like winning the Super Bowl of battle rap. After that, and that's when like M was starting to blow up a little bit. It was starting to be noise. I literally kept out of rap battle. And this is just me, and I know I'm gonna catch him. I don't think Proof is the best that ever done it. And so when you already done taste caviar, it's hard to go back to eating Ritz crackers.
Wait. You're saying you don't think that he was the best to done battle rap in Detroit?
I said I think Proof in that the best battle rapper. I think he was the best battle rapper. So I kind of checked out.
Okay.
I'm just saying he was the caviar. He was the guy who was the magnum opus of that in that year. You know, and it's I don't even
Well, that was really freestyling too.
Yeah, that's what
right?
Yeah, but it was that was like a synergy, freestyling and battle. So when me and Proof went to New York, and it was just me and him, and it was crazy because that same day, Paul was finalizing Roy's deal at Tommy Boy. Because, you know, Paul was an attorney and he was finishing Roy's deal. And so Paul and Royce came, like me and Proof, we was there together. We always did stuff as like is unison. So we was at the battle. I believe the battle was at the Kit Kat Club, and we had a couple of other people there. It was a couple. It wasn't just me and him. It was like maybe 5 or 6 of us. And when Proof won that battle at the Kit Kat Club in Manhattan, I checked out of it. I was like, man, I was so happy. It's almost like a coach that won the Super Bowl. I was like, man, can't nobody tell me nothing. I managed the best battle rapper in the world. You know, I even told my girl when we got back to Detroit, I was like, girl, you better fuck me good. You're dealing with the best manager, the manager of the best freestyle. So I want my steak done. I want my shrimp done right. I was so on my high horse. So when so literally when I I kind of checked out of battle rap, and then Lord knows I would, Proof and Bizarre, they always stayed into the scene. I'm like, can't nobody, why waste time, Proof? You the best. And I was like, Proof, you the best. Why you even watching, or why you even, they had him and Bizarre, they had different ways to check out battle rap, through DVDs and tapes. I was like, man, why you even doing that? And then when Proof was killed, oh, I totally. So I'm really, I check in a little bit. I watch a little bit, and one of my friends, Kiate, he was about to bring battle rap to Detroit, and I kind of was, kind of not consulting with him, but I was talking with him because but honestly, I checked out. I really checked out. And I know Proof and Bizarre, they did have their own business entity, like here, right? Like the year before Proof died, when he had his Iron Fist Records, and they had battles at the building. But I checked out. So I just wanted to go back on that. I don't know if we can re-edit it in, but that was just something I wanted to say because that was on my mind.
All right. Well, what was the point of that compared to what we were talking about again?
Well, no, I said, Panda. I said I wanted to rewind and I wanted to revisit that.
Right. Okay, so what were we talking about before you went into that?
Oh, we was talking about 8 Mile.
Right. So 8 Mile, right? So what did you think of Mekhi's portrayal of Proof?
Okay. Damn, I do feel like an asshole now. No, a great story about Mekhi Phifer. Of course, at that time, we knew of Mekhi Phifer because, man, he was coming in fire. He was coming in. He had did what was that? Did he do
He did Carmen.
But I don't. But was that before? No, but he had a couple of good movies. He did
He did
He did Clockers. Yeah.
He did He did Honey.
Yeah. No. Okay.
Right?
So look. So like, what was really crazy? It was filmed, as everybody know, in Detroit, and so all these actors and all these motherfuckers, you know, the guy from Boardwalk Empire, you know, who he just did that movie on Netflix, and you know, all these guys was coming into town, and they was like, okay, we come in movies. We were almost in 2000, because that was what 2001 that they filmed. It was almost like Beverly Hill. It was like some Beverly Hillbillies, like Petticoat Junction. I know some of your the subscribers don't know what I'm talking about, but we were like very like country in terms of movie, because we hadn't had like a movie in Detroit in a minute. So all of them are coming to town, and somebody came with this idea that, hey, Mekhi, you and Proof, y'all need to go hang out. And I remember this day, man. You know, one of the great things that I have in my life is memories in my book collection. And that day, they said, well, you know what? It's a Lions game happening. And they invited, and the producers from 8 Mile, they rented a suite at the Lions game at Pontiac Silverdome. That's how long ago it was. And me and Proof, we went to me, Proof, and Rico, we went to the game to meet Mekhi Phifer. So we go to the game because, you know, in the suite, Mekhi is there with him and his boys. And you know, me, Rico, and Proof, we're at the game. And it's like a get to know. We in the suite having drinks. And Mekhi is like, he said some wild shit. Like, man, Proof, I want to tell you, my method acting is, I really only want to initially meet you. He was like, I know about you, I studied you, but I just want to get a first impact of how you are. So at the game, man, we just was hanging, you know, we of course, we just sitting in the background, and Proof and Mekhi is having just a long talk. Like, you know, a football game is like 3 hours. And so Mekhi, like, is sitting there, and he's just really like sponging off of Proof in a good way, because Proof knew what was going on. And then the crazy part, after the game, Mekhi was like, "What you guys doing?" And we say, "Ah, man, we're about to go to this Subies." It was a strip club spot we was comfortable going to. So we was like, "Man, we're about to go to Subies." And man, from the Lions was playing in Pontiac. I know you've never been to Detroit. And Subies, it's like an hour away from each other. And Mekhi like, I want to follow y'all over there. I want to go. Proof like, yeah, man, I love going to the strip club. I guess when him and Mekhi was vibing, they got to know, know each other, you know. I mean, they got to Proof without talking about the strip club. So we go, so Mekhi Phifer followed us over to this strip club, Subies. And man, we had a time of our fucking life. We having fun. We just hanging out. And basically, from my memory, Mekhi was like, I got it. He was like, what you mean? I got Proof. I got it. He was like, I don't want it. He's like, I don't like to do the redundant shit. I got it. He was like, I got it. I got you. You know, I mean, literally. And I don't know if that kind of transcended as you being a movie watcher of 8 Mile, but I got where he was going with it. And he just that whole night, he really just sucked everything in, pause. He really just sponged where Proof is coming from, and he got the action. And literally he did, because, you know, Proof hanging out, you know, Proof is a Proof was a sports fan, and he liked going to the strip clubs, and not to say that, because Proof is a very, very, he's probably one of the most complex men I've ever met in my life, but it's almost like Mekhi got it. And then of course, during the, you know, of course, during the movie sets, because Proof was there hanging around and he had his own part in the movie. Of course, he probably had, but just that part and the act, just the way an actor processes stuff, he got him. And I mean, literally, and it was like he said, yeah, and he did say, he said, Proof, my thing is I do like the first impressions, something like that. And he said, I got it. And of course they maybe connected, like, past and maybe at, in the cafeteria or something during 8 Mile. But I think, Mekhi, I believe he got the rhythm. I didn't feel like he appropriated Proof. I felt I liked it. I dug it.
Yeah, I love Mekhi Phifer as an actor, man. I think he did a great job too. Um, that that movie just has so many classic moments in it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and
So
then people, another thing with that movie, and it was always, you always had a peanut gallery talking stuff, but you got to remember too, and this is just, I don't want to stay in defense of anything, but back then, a artist, a rapper, made most of his money on tours. We really
mhm.
didn't get a lot of money, and so when people was like, "Oh, why wasn't D12 more in the movie?" Man, we had just came out with Devil's Night that summer, and we had the #1 album. We were double platinum, so we had to make our money. So during that time, we were doing shows all across the world. So, the people was like, well, why did y'all, it was a lot of, it was especially then, and even on the internet during that time, people was like, well, why did you, why, a lot of people was being fucking, Monday morning quarterbacks and stuff, but people didn't understand we had to strike when the iron was hot in terms of, really getting, because we was on fire. We had, like I said, that summer in 2001, we had the #1 album in the, we had the #1 album across the country. We had, man, I probably got like maybe 10 D12 world plaques. So we had to do that, and then it coincides with, 8 Mile was filmed in the fall while we were on tour in '01. So that was a coincide. So that's why a lot of, D12 didn't make it into the movie per se.
So I interviewed Marv Won, and he said he beat M in a battle on the set of 8 Mile.
Mhm.
This is a common thing that he said in multiple interviews. Man, roll the clip. You actually got to battle M. Some people have declared you the winner of that. You've self-declared yourself the winner of that, obviously, as well. You said in the past that he was a jerk and he didn't want to let the young guy shine. What did you mean by that?
Yeah. So, long story short, you know what I'm saying? All of the extras on set for those club scenes were rappers. Like, we all knew each other. Like, so we were basically getting paid to just hang out. The directors felt that the morale of the extras was waning. So they had this competition. Get up here, spit a verse. The winners will be able to be used in like a silent montage, like to show Rabbit's succession to getting to the later battles. So, I did that, ran through that, was one of the people that was picked. And on the day of like the filming or whatever, they were just like, hey, go up there and spit a verse. Like, nobody's gonna hear it anyway. So that was at the time where I had battle verses on deck. Like, I just had verses. It wasn't something that I went home and specifically crafted for him. I was a huge fan. I just thought it was something to pass the time. I rapped. And the story goes is that he was supposed to save his voice for actual filming. So he was supposed to be pantomiming into the mic, you know what I'm saying? And they were going to give the crowd cues when to go, oh, damn. But because of the response that I got, because I knew everybody, you know, the competitor in him just wouldn't allow me to have my moment, bro. He just couldn't let this. You know what I'm saying? Like he turned his mic on, totally unnecessary. But I'm always super grateful because it definitely changed my life.
He said in multiple interviews. What are your thoughts on that situation?
I don't think once again, and it's not just pinpointing Marv one, but I don't think M took none of that serious. He was under a lot of pressure. He was under a very lot of pressure, with the movie and all of that. I just thought he was just prepping. I don't think he took none of that serious.
And he wasn't even supposed to respond. It was supposed to be like B-roll footage, pretty much.
Right.
And he ended up turning on his microphone and responding to Marv.
Yeah, I don't think M took none of that serious. I mean, I'm being honest with you. I don't think he had a lot going on. It was his first movie being the main character in a movie, and he was basically in every scene. So I've never heard that. I never heard nobody say that Marv won beat in a battle. In that battle, I think everybody knew it was for fun. It was outtakes. It was just, it wasn't no battle.
Right.
I mean, but hey, if he feels that way, I don't know, man.
Well, he did compliment M in the fact that saying that, M is such a competitor that he couldn't allow Marv to have his moment and like just spitting his bars and M just like, lip singing or whatever, pretending that he was rapping. Like he had to respond. Like the competitor in him had to do that.
Well, I love Marv, and I consider Marv a friend, and we just gonna have to disagree on that. I love Marv. I think he's a talented brother. I think that I do think he's one of them, and I do check in. It's not like when I said I have blind sides for battle rap. I think he's one of the preeminent battle rappers. I've been knowing Marv since he was in the Fat Killers, and he was like on his own doing his stuff, and I have every time I see Marv, it's always respect. He even say, "Hey man, what's up, OG?" He calls me OG, because I'm older than him. And he has nothing but respect for him, and I have nothing but respect. I have never said one bad. I never heard Marv say one bad thing about me, or I've never said one bad. I give him props on everything, but on this, I have to disagree with him on.
Yeah, well, shout out to
That's
Marv, man, for sure.
Yeah, shout out to Marv. Yes.
How would you describe Eminem's career before 8 Mile and then after 8 Mile? Like, what kind of level do you feel like it took it to?
Dude, I was in the moment, man. I mean, literally, you gotta understand, man. It's like my ego want to say, man, it's almost like I was on a Super Bowl winning team, and you're asking, like, say, like I was a wide receiver. Oh no, I couldn't be a wide receiver. I was like a defensive. I was like a defensive end on a Super Bowl team, and you asking how did the nachos taste up in the third row, up in the upper row. I mean, we were in the life. We were every day, and that's why I had to shut down my promo company. I wanted to keep it, but I couldn't even keep it under the emeritus status because we were in the life. So much stuff was happening. So it was almost like everything was just going good. So when the explosion happened, it really just highlighted where, oh shit, now he's up for an Academy Award. But everything was going good, man. It was already, it's like it was all good could only get good got better and better and better during that time. And it just was like it was just on the trajectory of just kept going and going and going and going. So man, and then like you think like right, just in the life of Eminem, right? Okay. He did Slim Shady LP was 99. He did Marshall Mathers 2000.
Which Marshall
He
Mathers alone was just to another level because like within like 4 days or within a week, whatever, however amount of records it sold, it was insane, right? It was like 1.14
no,
million.
but listen, yeah, but let me finish. Let me finish. Like, look. So you just this is incredible what I'm about to just me just thinking about it like freestyle off the top. 99, you had Marshall Mathers LP. I mean the Slim Shady LP. You had Marshall Mathers album 2000. 2001, D12 have an album that's on fire. And then he's filming 8 Mile. Then 2002, he comes out with the Eminem show. I mean, it was those things, and then 8 Mile came out in 2003. And that soundtrack, and then that won him an Academy Award. Man, those 4 years, 99, 2000, 2001, 2002, it was just, and no, that was 2003. The Eminem show came.
No, 8 Mile came out in 2002.
Yeah, and then the Eminem show came out in 02 or 03.
Right.
I'm just saying, them were, and those records were incredible. I mean, those numbers were incredible. So that run was amazing, man.
Yeah,
And that's
Eminem
just
show
like the
came out
beginning of
2002.
Eminem show came out 2002?
Yep.
Okay, yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah, oh, that's it. Okay, there we go. Then 2003, 50 Cent comes out. That's what I got to. Yeah.
Right.
So in 2003, the house is on fire, right? And then you thinking like, oh, this fire is about to die down. And then 2003, Get Rich Die Trying comes out. What the fuck, man? That's a hell of a run, man.
You gotta think that like 2002 was such an amazing year for him because in May Eminem show comes out. In October, the 8 Mile soundtrack comes out. November, the movie comes out. So that year alone is like a series of home runs. You know what I mean?
Right.
Just in that year alone, it's insane.
Right. So I'm just saying man, everything was going just at a great, great, great speed, man. It was amazing, man.
Right. All right, can we talk about D12's Devil's Night? What was it like working on that album?
D12's Devil's Night, D12's Devil Night, what happened, okay, we signed the contract, to be part of Shady D12. They picked out their managers, which was me, Rico Shelton, and we got started working on it. So basically, when M was on the anger management tour, we started doing initial recordings. Like during the anger management tour, we started recording and we did a lot of stuff in I think Colorado. We did a lot of stuff in Colorado. We did like a lot in it was crazy. The Bible Belt, well, not the Bible Belt, but on the West Coast, of course, with Dr. Dre, we did a lot of recording. And then after we got off tour, we like during the early parts of '01, we went, Dre came here and it was so crazy, man. This was like 2 degrees. I don't want to say 2 degrees of separation. This was like a twilight zone. So M he was all right because we had purple pills, purple heels. But M was like, man, to make this album more tighter, I want to bring in Dr. Dre. And we said, okay, all right, let's do it. And some of these guys, maybe I could cheat a little bit. Some of these guys, so Dre comes in, he comes into town, he comes into Detroit. Man, he brings Scott Storch, he brings man, he
Mailman?
brings he brings Mailman, he brings this guitar player. This guy has won Grammys with Sheryl Crow, but he brings in like, okay, Scott Storch was playing the keys,
Michael
Mailman was on the
Lozano,
beat.
right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Oh, you got it. You got it. You got it. You are Mike Elizondo. And then he brings in this engineer, like I think his name is Mario. He's world renowned. And so we sitting in the studio, and he brings in this my boy too, and he should kick my ass if I don't remember his name. He's one of the best engineers. Put it like this: he brings in the top of the line. He brings in Mike Elizondo, Scott Storch, Mailman, Dr. Dre, of course. One of the best mixers. Forgive me if he see this, because he follows me on Instagram. He's my boy too. I can't think of his. There's so much going on right now. I'm trying to remember. So we bring in like the dream team to, for the D12. So we, they finished some stuff that M had done, and then I think we did a Nothing But Music. We did a couple of songs. It was just crazy, man. But that was like mind blowing. That was crazy. And the only reason we came to Detroit, because it was a board back then. It was called an SSL board. And like, I'm not a tech head in the studio, but it was only like three in America. And this guy by the name of, he's a good friend of mine, Mike Powell. He produced Aretha Franklin and Anita Baker, and he was mad successful. And he had put this, he had this studio that people from around the world would come to. He had a studio. It's a city in Oak Park, Michigan. And Mike Powell, it was like, this a studio won every award in studio sound. It was one of the best. And so Dre was like, man, I want to work there. Let's get that studio. So we blocked the studio off for like 3 weeks straight. And Dre just came in and would like fix some stuff. And we just had, I think he was only like 2 weeks, but man, we finished that everything. And I think we had to go out to LA to finish up the album. And then, Devil's Night came out, pause. Devil Night came out, that June of 2001. But all what I'm talking about, having Dre and Scott Storch and all of those guys,
Was Mark Batts in there?
no, they weren't in there. Nope. No, none of them was there. This was this had nothing to do with them. They did some stuff on the album, but that was like done at 54 sound. That was at M's, when he was with Joe Martin and all of them. They had stuff. They did like 3 or 4 tracks on the D12 album. Oh, I gotta stop this. This is my boy. I love this guy, Seagal. Seagal is one of the best mixers in that's what I was thinking of. Seagal was there. That he was part of the dream team. Seagal is, Richard Seagal Heredia. And that's my boy. We still check in time to time. That's Seagal. And that's like, he like is one of Dre's personal mixers, and he's like he's probably gonna go into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame and all the accomplishments he's done. But yeah, he came in too. So we had the dream. We literally had the 92 Olympic dream team, coming in to help us, help us out with the D12 record. We was very appreciative too.
For sure, man. And so there was like some kind of backlash towards the album, right? Like it was blacklisted from radio stations due to like 9/11.
Well, it was we had suffered shit, because what happened, we were already catching brunt of everything, because it was, of course, we're talking about D12, you know, and we caught a lot of flack, right? And so how it went, what you're talking about, okay, our album came out in June, July of '01. So we were one of the big acts on the Warped Tour, and we got into that fight with Eshawn, you know, and Warped Tour, you know, Kevin Lyman, they kicked us off of the tour for fighting on the tour because a melee ensued. So we lost a shitload of money being kicked off the Warped Tour because, you know, the Warped Tour was giving us like a lot of we were because once again we had the #1 album in the country, so we got kicked off of our summer tour, Warped Tour. So we started doing a couple of shows, and then we started doing some spot dates. And before we was going overseas, the label was like, "Hey, why don't we do another video?" Because all we had at the time, was Shit on You, the video, and Purple Hills. And it was discussed that let's do fight music. So we get the director, I forgot his name, we get him and we work out, the script is perfect. We wanted to reincarnate the whole Warriors vibe, the movie The Warriors. And so the director, he gets we rent out Coney Island, not the Coney Island in New York, ironically. We from Detroit, and we know Coney Island like the back of our hand, but we rented out the Coney Island in New York. That's like a amusement park kind of area in New York. So we rent that out. We get people is coming in. We get Fat Joe in the video. We get Ice-T. We get a couple of, you know, appearances, and we do the, you know, we recreate the Warriors, you know. And everything is going cool. Now, how it usually would work is Rico, my partner, we would have to divvy it up because I would stay home in America and Rico would go with D12 in overseas. So at that time, man, we probably had like a guy, you know, a couple of our management team, John Fisher, who's still with Eminem. We had Mikey Eckstein. And so we had like maybe a 15-person team. So they all go over there. And I'm the only one that stays in America because, you know, just to keep everything flowing. And, you know, we was dealing with financials and you know, and all of this. So I was playing safety. So so I fly back to Detroit, and they, like, after fight music, they go overseas. Now the crazy part, all of this started happening like maybe a week before 9/11. 9/11 happens. My whole crew, the whole D12 crew, not Eminem. It was, you know, we just talking particularly about about D12. They go overseas and they can't get back. They can't get back because of 9/11. And we have all these shows, tours, and ironically, we're fucking bleeding money because, of course, the whole world after 9/11, it shuts down. Kind of like people who, like the young people, it was kind of like a mini kind of COVID, especially in the financial realm. So we finally get them home after it took us like, thanks to, like, you know, Rosenberg and Interscope Records, they tremendously they did the heavy lifting getting them back home because we basically had to get a private jet. And do you know how hard it was to get a private jet during 9/11? It was like pulling a needle out of a haystack, literally. So we finally got the boys home, and then then of course, all during this time, you know, Eminem is filming, you know, 8 Mile. That's what I'm saying. And we cobble together, I don't know, some way, somehow, you know, 9/11 happened in September of '01. We got with our booking agent and we put together a tour like to just kind of supplement, because honestly, we were hemorrhaging money. And then the point you brought up, Panda, ironically, fight music, because the Porter says, and he was just he was just not freestyling. He was like, I gotta take to my stuff. I got a bomb to my stomach, and I'm playing Marvin Gaye. Let's get it on. And it was something they didn't just America Radio just didn't come after D12. They made a blacklist. And so a lot of D12 songs was on that blacklist in the spirit of bombs and everything about, because even like the Gap Band, You Dropped a Bomb on Me. It was some shit like even like Fleetwood Mac had some songs on that was on it was like, it wasn't just like at this time, it wasn't just about hip hop. It was just about, just music in general, like country songs. Billy Joel, some of his songs got blacklisted. And when they blacklist you, they didn't play it none on the radio. They didn't want that shit in elevator music. They was like, take all of this shit off for, and that was like, that blacklisted lasted like maybe 5 or 6 months. It was crazy, man. It was like, so when the boys got home, we cobbled together a tour, and then M was already they were doing the 8 Mile. They were in the filming process during 9/11. So yeah, man. So that was a crazy year. But the crazy part is like, it's almost like it's life, man. It was a situation where we had a #1 album. We went multi-platinum, but we went through hell with that. We went through hell that year. It was a crazy. Just in terms of D12, it was a lot of craziness, going on in that time. It was the devil's night. It was devil's year.
Didn't you guys get booked for a bar mitzvah or something like that?
Oh, there you go. Yeah, it was. Well, see that, yeah, man, Panda, that's why you good at what you do, and I'm just a plebe. So during that time, we was losing a lot of fucking money, right? We was losing a lot of money. And so what happened was, man, this guy, he came to me, and, we got the boys home. Right? And that made news, because that made front page news. D12 get home, Eminem crew, D12, they finally get home from overseas. That was something, right? So, like I said, I've always been in the music industry. Like, man, my name has been ringing out in Detroit since the early 90s. To God be the glory. This ain't just me bragging. So so everybody knew how to really contact me. So one of the guys, he calls me and he says, hey, one of my clients wants to book you guys for a bar mitzvah. And I said, what? he said, yeah, one of my guys. Now, mind you, all the stuff I'm talking about, radio that cancels out. Our tours have been hand grenaded. And we sit here just sitting around, got the #1 album in the country, and we sitting around and shit's getting canceled, right? And matter of fact, even to that, MTV kind of put a pause on us. They was like, I don't know. We had just spent all this money on this video, and then it's like, oh shit, and so yeah, we spent a ton of money, because it was a pretty penny booking out Coney Island, and just doing just we was having so in order, I was just taking some phone calls, and this guy John, a guy by the name of John, he calls me, he says, hey man, yeah, one of my clients, because John, he's like in the upper crust of like booking events. He's like an event planner, and he's in the game. He managed a couple of artists, but he was like known for like throwing premier events. Like, as if you want to have like a serious event, like a big golf outing or something. He was very, and he said, man, one of my guys, he's like, I came with an idea, one of my guys wanted to book D12 for, for a bar mitzvah. I said, what? I said, yeah, right. On the phone, I'm like, yeah, right, okay. And he says, no, we dead serious. And then he says, well, Mark, the price is such and such and such and such. I said, what? I said, okay. And so I get off the call and I talk to Rico, my partner Rico. I said, yo, Rico, man, guess what? John wants to book us for a bar mitzvah. And Rico's like, man, that ain't happening. Hell no. He was like, dude, we already get beat up in the press. And we don't need that. I was like, then when I told him the number, Rico's like, oh no, we gotta have a talk about it. I said, yeah, you damn right.
This is for just D12 or D12 with Eminem?
Just D12. Just D12. Just D12.
Got you.
That was part. Yeah. That was just, the funny part during that time, we started getting respect because it came from we not just D12 boys to now, we in the big seat. We've got #1 album, of course, thanks to M executive producer, him and Paul. But we're starting to gain our ground. We starting to do shows. We really are showing. Especially, it was kind of a gift and a curse with M going away, with M doing 8 Mile. We had to gain our own. We had to grow our own bars, which we all wanted to. We wanted to. And then all those guys, man, the 5 guys, they're some of the best MCs. So we were. I was very comfortable with my life that, Conniva, Swift, Bizarre, Proof, The Nine. I knew those guys. I had every belief. Those were some talented brothers, and I know they had the capacity. And this just ain't me being a friend and a manager, just me being my industry savvy. I knew I was on a lottery ticket with the talent we were managing. So we go and me and Rico talk, and we like, okay, let's have a meeting. So we get the guys together, and we say, hey, John Lane, that's his name. That's my guy. John Lane, we said John Lane, because everybody, all the principal, all the D12 members and Rico and myself, we knew John. We was like, John Lane wants to book us for a bar mitzvah. And it was like laughing. And then we told her the number and we said, oh, hell yeah, we doing that shit. Is the office still up? I was like, yeah, I call him right. They're like, call that motherfucker right now. We doing it. And so, so we said, hey, we doing it, right? And to add more context, it was going to be a performance. And it was going to be a performance. And we were going to do it was going to be a surprise. The son didn't know. His name is Ethan Wiseman. And Ethan, that was it was the Wiseman family. The dad is the one who put it together, and Ethan was like, it was for Ethan. He was the one. It was his bar mitzvah. So, me and the dad is dealing with each other. Like I said, it's different compartments to this shit, and I was in charge of, meeting the dad, getting the money, and the dad did. The dad and John Lane, bless his soul. Now he's still living, but John Lane was like, hey man, this is strictly cash. And he said, and we want to give you guys a 75% deposit. I can't give you the numbers, but it was in the low 6 digits. It was in the low 6 digits, right? And so we agreed to it. We get the deposit. And then the dad calls me. It was crazy because we met, he gave us 75% as a deposit, as a trade. Say, hey man, I'm gonna have the other 25% once y'all get, because it was gonna be at a golf club. I mean, at a what they call that? It was gonna be at a golf outing. It was gonna be at
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. And so it was going. So he said, "Man, once y'all guys get here, we taking care of you." But then I got a phone call from a odd number, and I don't know why I answered it, because I really didn't answer unidentified phone calls, because I was, just with my whole high profile with management. It's his dad, Mr. Wiseman. He says, "Man, we got a problem." I was like, "What problem we got?" He said, "Man, I told my wife about I booked D12 for our, for Ethan's bar mitzvah." Her mom and my wife was like, "Oh hell no, they ain't coming to this." She was like, "Ain't no fucking way." He was like, "Man, I'm dealing." He was like, "Man, have you ever dealt with a mad Jewish woman?" And I said, I want to say I have dealt with Jewish women before. I was like, "Yeah." I was like, "Yeah, I have." But breaking news, that deposit gone, homeboy. He was like, "I know. But wait a minute. Let me work it out." I was like, "But bro, I'm telling you, Mr. Wiseman, I'm being, look, deal is a deal. We coming to this event. I mean, we are like, you know, we are like, pause now and say, we are like, this is a deal. I can't go back to my guys." He said, "Okay. He's like, "Man, let me call you back." He calls me back and he says, "Okay, here's the deal. We gonna give you the rest of the money." I was like, "Okay." He was like, "We'll give you the rest of the money, but it's just a walkthrough. You guys gonna come in through the entrance. You guys gonna come in through a side door, and we gonna play the music, and you just gonna shake hands with Ethan and take pictures." I was like, "Okay, cool." That's for us, because when we really do this, we had our engineer set, we had, you know, we had it ready. It was like, a golf club. It was a what do they call that? It was one of them golf, like one of them private golf clubs. So we had everything. We had our whole team. We were really, we give it our all. We wasn't just gonna like take the money, and we were really like, we had everybody. We had our DJ Salam, and he lives up north in Flint. We had him come down. We was really about to do this. So we just kept it as is, and we walked in and we did we took pictures and all of that. Now, what kind of made newsworthy and what made me, Conan O'Brien, me and him always have a symbiotic relationship, because ironically, one of the people at the bar mitzvah was a country club. That's what it is, a country club. So one of the young ladies at the event was Gary Graff's daughter. And Gary Graff is like, he's a writing icon in Detroit. This guy's been around since the 70s, 1970s. He's like an icon in music writing. He's a really heavy journalist. So his daughter comes home, and she said, "Daddy, D12 was there." He was like, "What?" They weren't there. And she was like, "Yeah, he was there. I got a picture with him and all of this." Because man, one thing about D12 and one thing about, like, I give props to, like, our team, like the whole, the John Fishers, the Mikey Ecksteins, and the Rico shit. When we do stuff, we do it the right way. And some of the guys, I haven't talked to Rico in a minute, but we give it our all. So we really, when even D12, not even, but D12, we give it 1,000%. So we took pictures. We were there all night, just hanging out. Whatever the Wiseman family wanted us to do, they was fair with us. They paid us in full and in cash too. So we had nothing but, we left very appreciative, and they left very appreciative. So Gary Graff calls me, because mind you, like I said, I've been in the music. Me and Gary has done work, even outside of when I had my marketing company. Me and him had to work on some stuff together, or, like when artists come to town. So Gary says, man, look, man, my daughter is telling me that you guys did this bar mitzvah, the Wiseman family. I was like, yeah, we did. He said, you did? And we started like laughing. I was like, yeah, man, we did it, man. We did it, dude. And it was like, he was like, well, can we say something? I mean, what's going on? He was like, I said, man, fuck it. You know, I said, yeah. I said, yeah, we did it. Hey, they gave us some donations to the D12 Inc. They donated to the D12 Inc. Foundation. That's why I really can't give an exact number. And I said, yeah. I said, we did it. Now, what happened was Gary Graff worked at this company, at this newspaper called Detroit Free Press. And back then it was basically when murders was happening. So Detroit Free Press was owned by USA Today. So when Gary Graff did the interview, how journalists, I know you're a journalist, but it goes upstream. So the Detroit Free Press did an article. Then it went to USA Today. And so USA Today, like, it's not popular. Nobody even know what USA Today is now, but USA Today was the national paper. So, the comedians like like at that time, the Jay Leno's and the Conan O'Brien, they would get their info, of course, from media. So when it goes USA Today, it goes nuclear. Cause MTV is calling me, cause they had my number, cause all our MTV had it, and it was like it turned into craziness where, it got into a point that day, the night ended. Man, before the night ended, our publicist at Interscope, a legend by the name of Dennis Dennehy, he called it like, Mark, this is out of control. And Interscope was like, what the fuck is going on? Cause they got shit, they got like they daily routine. We wasn't on their radar because we weren't a priority at the time because our album came and went. And so they say, man, we're getting battles on articles about like fucking other artists on our label, and they asked us about this D12 shit. They asking us about D12. What the hell? They like, so it caused uproar. And then Dennis kind of said, Mark, he was the only one at D12. I mean, he was the only one at Interscope who wasn't like had a knife out for me. Dennis said, okay, look, we gonna fix this. And then Dennis said, okay, we gonna do this, 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 and this. And we gonna take care of this. He's like, Mark, I got you. He was like, we're gonna do this, follow this, and get his game plan, the D12, and we gonna put this. But by that time, man, at the end of that night, like I said, man, that was like I was on a date or something, and my mom, and she was like, Mark, I'm watching the news. I was like, okay. She's like, I'm watching. She's like, I couldn't sleep. I'm watching Conan O'Brien. And I don't think, she was like, is it another Mark Hicks in the business? I was like, yeah, but she's like, what you saying, man? Conan O'Brien just called you an idiot on his show. I was like, what? So, it was just like everybody was like, it just got like out of control. But it was like, cause I had said something, cause at that time, and I even got this on my Instagram page, man. Yeah, it's like, okay, the sky is blue, a person, but we talking about 2001. And in 2001, that wasn't, especially in hip hop and in pop culture, that wasn't done yet. It's art, man. Double XL even did a story about bar mitzvah, and they had us as like one of the first people to break that. So, and if you thinking like MTV, and like I said, not like I said, but CNN wanted to fly in and do a story. They wanted to sit down with all the that's the only one where we was like, okay, this is getting tired. But because Dennis was like, look, Mark, entertain the cause, here's the script, and we're gonna let this sell out into the sea. So we did all that, but it created pandemonium at the time. And matter of fact, I even think we got a few more shows after. We didn't get no more bar mitzvah shows because it was hard to break that. I guess in this culture, it will be hard to break that. I guess they didn't want, people didn't want to like recreate the wheel on that. So we didn't get no more bar mitzvahs at that time, but it kind of got us a hell of a lot of press. And hey, and then, we did see a spike in sales even with the album. Not to say it went, but it got us back on the news because people just couldn't believe that somebody would book D12 for a bar mitzvah. And D12, we they're not like singing songs about, candy corn and all of that stuff. We were, the guys were taking on some heavy topic, but it was done in jest, it was done in fun, but so it just tickled America's fancy for a week or so.
Were people trying to twist it to be like, oh, look, like the D12 members got to do like something like a bar mitzvah just to make money? Like were they trying to twist it that way, like towards M?
Nah, it didn't even get to that level. No, it didn't even get to that level because it was like just the shock and awe of it. Like, yeah, like I guess
Got
now
you.
people would say that, but I did say in the first article with Gary Graff, because he said, did you guys just do this for fun? Because me and Gary, we always, and still to this day, Gary is kind of semi-retired now. But he was like, did you guys just want to do this for fun or as a favor? I was like, no. I was like, John Lane offered us something and they made a heavy investment into the D12 Inc. Foundation. So it was already like, it was already like that, it's just like, and even the reason with Conan, and like I said, Conan didn't do he just like, I know your fans know how like, when they watch like, Jimmy Kimmel or Jimmy Fallon, they do the intro to the show. It wasn't like he did a whole hour. He was when he was his opening monologue. That's what, he was just mentioned to be like a blurb. But it was like, now you ask a question, how did they frame it? They was like, what family would get D12 to do a bar mitzvah? Because we had Purple Hills, our song was Shit on You, and both of those songs, mind you, went #1. So it was like the what kind of family is that? And that's some wild stuff. You get what it did, so that's the whole point of that was it. But no, back then it was like serious because people was like, how did you guys pull it off? Because I got to admit, right? Here's the crazy part. We was with a booking agent and we talked to our booking agent and they was like, people will deny it now, but mind you, this is 25 years ago. They would say like, it was like, our booking agent was like, hell no, what the fuck? We don't do shit like that. We do private events. They didn't even know how to classify it. They didn't. We talking about 25 years ago. Now, shit, any booking agent worth his salt would take that on, but back then it was a whole new, we were recreating, we were making a wheel. We wasn't recreating a wheel. We was making our own footprints in the so really our booking agent, and they were amazed. It was like they said, I bet you motherfuckers won't, I bet you we gonna be a part of any bar mitzvah you motherfuckers do next time. I'm just saying, like, our booking agent was like, they were like, oh shit. Oh, okay. All right. We got it now. That kind of woke up the the beast in booking agencies.
So the shock was kind of like, obviously a bar mitzvah is like kind of religious, right? And then you're getting a group that is rapping about things that are controversial at a religious event, in a sense, basically.
Well, but we didn't do but all of that was covered. It was like, see, We didn't do a performance. It was just a walkthrough. We was a surprise.
Right. No, but what I'm saying though, like at face value though, people are like,
Yeah,
what?
exactly.
D12 at a bar mitzvah?
Yeah.
Like they're looking at it from that
Yeah.
perspective. That's what I mean.
Exactly.
Got you. Okay.
Think about it. We got an album, Devil's Night, and we do it at bar mitzvah.
What happened with Eminem and Limp Bizkit and Fred Durst? Because of the song Girls that appears on Devil's Night where he ends up dissing them and stuff like that.
Man, honestly, I gotta say this, man, and I apologize, but I just remember, I'm gonna just give you my interpretation. I mean, not my interpret. We were on the anger management tour. It was a Papa Roach, Exhibit, Limp Bizkit, and Eminem. And D12 was a part of Eminem's show. Man, all of the artists involved that I just said, we were having the time of our life. It was a Disneyland on wheels. We had a lot of we just had fun. It was cool. We would be like, we would have like backstage, we would all be eating together. It was fun. The only thing I can remember, and this is just coming from the death of Mark Hicks, Limp Bizkit, Fred Durst was canceling a lot of our shows just because, I got a sore throat. He would cancel or whatever. It was like he canceled some shows, and I think people started getting pissed. And I don't know who. I can't even allege nothing of who it was, but it kind of like the tour took like a negative turn, because it was like it went from, we first started out, I think we did New Jersey, we did where the New Jersey Nets play. We did that show, and I don't know if we didn't do Madison Square Garden, I don't believe. But it just
Hey man, you gotta put the bottle down, man. You're making too much noise with the bottle.
Oh, okay. No, it just took a hell of a turn, man. And then, after the tour was over with, around Thanksgiving. I believe it was around Thanksgiving the tour was over with. Because I think we were on the road for like 3 months, 2 or 3 months. And after that, when all the tribes divide up with each other. And I told you during the anger management tour, we started working on D12 album. You remember I said that earlier. So we was in that process, we were recording and just, stuff just happened. It was words being lobbied around, and then, it was House of Pain, Everlast had his words, and Everlast and Limp Bizkit was cool because Limp Bizkit, DJ Lethal was a member of Limp Bizkit, but he was also a member of House of Pain, who was Everlast artist. They were in House of Pain together.
Right. So during that time, I remember seeing this video of M explain the situation, and he said that, Fred Durst and DJ Lethal, they had issues with Everlast as well, and they were like, fuck, he always comes over and smokes all my weed, and if you write me some shit, I'll diss Everlast too on the song. And so then M was like, oh, okay, and like he books like a recording session, the studio time for it and stuff, and they don't end up showing up or whatever, right? So then that's the reason why M felt the way towards them. And in the song Girls, I think he even says, like, he said he turns on MTV and then he sees DJ Lethal and on there saying like, oh, I don't know, I think Everlast is gonna whip his ass or something when he sees him, to Eminem, right? About Eminem. And
it was something, but see, that's the no, that MTV was like our social media, because like somebody could say something, because then MTV was live, and so you had different shows, and then you had like MTV hanging out with Limp Bizkit or something, and so that's how I won't say a lot of shit got started, but MTV was like a launching ground for if you wanted to get shit started, or how an artist felt about another artist. With MTV News and all that good stuff.
So that situation happened, and then that's why M ended up recording that song "Girls" dissing them. But it's interesting because, like, when you look at Fred Durst in the years later, when he got like interviewed by like TMZ, and they asked him like, "Yo, whatever happened between you and M?" and Fred's like, "I don't know. That was my homie. That was my homeboy. I don't know why he dissed me," and stuff like that. But I had interviewed Rockness Monster from Helter Skelter, right? And he was signed to DJ Lethal during that time. And DJ Lethal's label was with Geffen, right? Under Universal Music Group. And so when the beef started...
Well, Erisco, no, but it's Erisco, Geffen, A&M, though. So that would make sense. Okay, but
right. So under Universal, right?
Yeah, well, they was a distributor, but it's, with IDA, it was Interscope, Geffen, A&M. Okay.
Right. So, he was signed to DJ Lethal, and he remembers Lethal and Fred Durst playing the diss track from M, and he was so confused by the situation, like, what happened here, Like it was such a weird situation, because he thought that they were cool. Man, roll the clip. Right, but you were there at DJ Lethal's house when they played the song "Girls" off of D12's Devil's Night album, where he went off and he said, "And Lethal, don't forget what I said. I'm fucking you up, punk. You're dead. Don't think that I'm playing, and fuck Bizkit." Right, so he starts going. He starts spazzing on that song. What was your reaction when you were listening to this happen?
I don't know if it was that song.
I think that was the only, or it might have been, was it "Shit on You"? It might have been "Shit on You," huh? Wait, no, "Shit on You" wasn't about Limp Bizkit, was it? I don't remember. Anyways, one of the songs, they're playing one of the diss songs, right?
Yeah.
And what is your reaction when that's going on?
I was confused. Like I was genuinely confused, because they played it, and like, I think I was out there with Tank and GY. Those are my two bad style rock brothers, right? I was out there, and we in Lethal's crib, like we just confusion. Like, we looked at each other, me and my boys, we looking at it like, what was that? Like, this nigga, like, niggas ain't even know what to say. Niggas got lost for words. Like, what the shits? This nigga just. And then they just started talking about it a little bit, but I don't remember. Like, so that's another one of those situations where the details, I don't remember. I just remember the feeling, you know what I'm saying? I remember the vibe. The vibe was wild. Like, what the fuck is that? What just happened? Is this real beef?
Shortly after that, I guess DJ Lethal's label got dropped.
Yeah, but you can't put that to...
No. But he agrees. He said this too. He said that, "I don't want to say that happened as a result of the beef. Like, M called for that, but you never know. Like, the people higher up can sometimes make those kind of decisions based off of like who's really like paying the bills,
Well, let's just put that. Let's go back to my old Mark Hicks. My old saying, the forest and the trees. And that's like, if you got Eminem is $1 billion baby. And I'm not casting aspersions on nothing, but this is just me. And let's just throw Eminem and the whole thing out, but you're not gonna shit on something that's you making you a fucking, that's not keeping the lights on, but one of the main motherfucking things that's you making money off. That would be insane. So and behind the scenes, maybe somebody was like, "Hey, can you strike this off of this record?" And maybe Lethal. And I'm being very presumptuous right now, but maybe they didn't want to, for art and integrity, maybe they didn't want to change nothing. Who knows?
Yeah, for sure. And that's another thing that Rockness Monster.
Yeah, that's a deep.
What'd you say?
No, I said that's a deep one. I don't, I can't. I can't
Yeah.
call that, but it was, but once again, the genius of Eminem, and this is something that, of course, M has his own studio and he's creative, but M is always working. So when you say like, I don't know, cause I wasn't at that girl's session, but I will say that M just got songs for days, for days, for days, and however he feels, whatever the way the pen writes, M was like, so he might have been feeling the type of way, and he might have, created a song that day or whatever, So I don't want it to, and I gotta say this, and maybe I am breaking the fourth wall or whatever, but the integrity of D12, for the integrity of the D12 record, I don't think M specifically, I know you didn't say this, but I don't think M specifically wrote that song
Specifically.
specifically wrote that song for the Eminem album. Huh?
You mean you don't think that he specifically wrote it for the D12 album?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. How did you interpret that?
You said
How did you interpret
he
that?
didn't specifically write it for the Eminem album.
Oh, I'm sorry, for the D12 album. It's just something that it got on the album, but I don't think he specifically wrote that for the D12 album.
Got you.
I
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, what was your reaction when you heard the song though?
Man, we was dealing. You know what? It comes with the territory. It's every day. It was some shit. Every day, man. It was people was coming. Cause man, when you and I know you at the top of your game, but man, every day it was some shit because the crew, we had all eyes on us. We had like all the fans loving us. I'm just talking about the whole Shady team. We had the fans. We had the best women in the world. It's like, man, I mean, we had like, man, I mean, shit, look at it. The handsome guy, I was hitting models. You know what I mean? Me and my crew, I'm just saying, I'm on the lower totem pole. Which, I do got to say my handsomeness played a part in that. But man, we had the girls, we had the money. The Ice Cube. Why you laughing, man? Oh, I thought man, it's like this. What did Ice Cube say? Give me the mic, give me the money, give me the girls, and I'm straight. And we had it all. We were there, man. It was it. So, I mean, with that being said, everybody was coming for the crew. Motherfuckers was taking shots. Like I said, it became fashion to diss Eminem and the crew. It became like, okay, let me give my, what? I'm kind of warm. I'm kind of cold right now. I'm kind of tilly willy. To heat my ass up, let me go make a comment about D12, or let me go make a comment about Eminem.
So do you know what happened with the whole Everlast situation?
Not, man. I don't really know. I think it had something to do with Limp Bizkit and stuff, man. Be honest, my memory on that, to be real with you, is hazy. I do remember that Everlast, I think, in my opinion, Everlast, he had a What It's Like, and at that time, man, I was working at Tommy Boy, and he had a smash hit. He went from House of Pain. He had 2 albums.
Yo, can you push the camera out a little bit?
What you mean push it out?
Like a little farther away from you because it's a little too close now. Oh yeah, that's good. That's good.
Okay.
Yeah.
You good? Okay.
Yeah.
Man, it's kind of hazy. I remember, like, Everlast on Top of the World, where he had made a transformation into, House of Pain as a group. And then he came and he went back to, because at first he was Everlast in the 80s as a solo artist under Rhyme Syndicate. And then he did House of Pain. And then he jumped back into being Everlast. He hit oil with that What It's Like. And it just was like, it was crazy. It was like and then I guess I don't know, feeling himself. And man, I know it has something to do where he jumped in because of Lethal and Limp Bizkit. And I want to say this too. Maybe my hypothesis is wrong, but I think it has something to do with the white rapper syndrome. How somebody, just stepping in, because I do remember during that time, like Vanilla Ice had something to say. It was crazy during that. We would be laughing about that shit. Cause during that time, man, Vanilla Ice came out and he came out of nowhere. I think M dissed him in a song, but it was like in jovial, fun fashion. But it was that during that time, it was like white rapper syndrome. So yeah, they were like just coming at him or some shit. So I do remember that, and it was like, okay, it was like, oh, M is that's one of the most funniest. M is so funny in terms of just like his humor, his sense of humor. He has a very jocular, his sense of humor. And I remember he would just be dying laughing. It was just, I can't remember what he was saying. He was like, oh, great, hey, can we get another white rapper from here? Okay, on this aisle. And it was just funny, man. They were just coming at him, man, for real.
If I remember correctly, I think Everlast and M had met and Everlast was acting a little weird towards him or something like that. So I think you're kind of right on the whole white rapper syndrome thing. This is something that I've heard a lot from like underground rappers, right? A lot of white rappers, they've told me, they're like, for some reason, why like white people act weird towards each other in hip hop. Like they want to be the only one or something like that. And then when there's other ones around, they kind of act strange.
Right, exactly. No, that I've seen that with my upcut. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, for sure. So you actually helped finance Proof's career early on, right?
Yes.
So was that with DJ Head or the WEGO, or how did?
Yeah, that was WEGO. Yep. Cause Head was Head came in, not came into the game, but Head was when he was going to school at Michigan State University, and he was a DJ. I believe he was on he was on the college radio show. Him and a guy by the name of Jason Staten. So these guys I'm talking about, they're venerable people in our music scene. And they was DJing up there, and Proof would go up there to chase girls. I never understood going to Lansing to chase girls. I went up there a couple times with them because, man, Lansing is like maybe like an hour and 10 minutes away, or maybe like an hour and 20. And it's like, dude, we got all the women up here. We got all the women in Detroit. So it's like, man, I didn't get that. So, Proof was going up to Lansing, and matter of fact, Paul Rosenberg, he went to Michigan State University during that time. A guy by the name of Tony Tone, he was up there doing some different things. So yeah, man, it was that was crazy though. Yeah, it was a college town. But Head was from Detroit, so when Head, when he graduated and came back here, he was a DJ no matter what. Head had a degree, and Head is a very smart brother, but he had, he was always a hip hop DJ.
So Proof had worked at the hip hop shop, right?
Yeah, well, he was one of the managers. Yep.
Mm-hmm. And when in 8 Mile, when they talk about the shelter, are they talking more about the hip hop shop than anything? Because that's where a lot of battles happen.
Nah, the hip hop, the shelter was a different club. It was the shelter was literally, man, it was this old building. We are like, we are at the forefront. We're at the frontier, literally. When we talk about the 1800s, Detroit, we sit on a river like 3 miles away or maybe 2 miles away is Canada. So we share a river with Windsor, Canada. So with that, me saying that, it's a lot of historical buildings on the waterfront in Detroit. And it's this place called St. Andrew's Hall. And St. Andrew's Hall, the history, it was like they, people used to sleep in, like we talking about, this building was around for maybe over like 150 years. So it was a building called St. Andrew's. And with St. Andrews, it was a hall. They would do feeding and all that. I'm talking about before, and then like I guess maybe during the 70s, they said, "Oh, let's make it a performance hall." And when they made a performance hall, St. Andrews can hold like maybe 1,000 people. And in the basement of St. Andrews Hall is a place called the Shelter. But it was the shelter. It was a shelter literally back in, like with bombs I mean, this building is a historical building. Anybody could look it up. St. Andrews Hall is like a, a real ancient building, but it turned into a performance hall during the 60s and 70s. And part of it was you could do a performance in St. Andrews Hall that hold 1,000 people. You go and it's in the same building. So you go down some steps and it's another concert hall called the Shelter. And the Shelter can probably hold like 300 or 400 people. It's not as big as this St. Andrews Hall, but it's like 300 or 400 people. Yeah. So that was a Shelter. It was like,
And Proof hosted battles there.
they had battles there, but mostly battles happened at like clubs like Club 246. It was, it was battles all over the city, but the Shelter had some battles. Even St. Andrews had battles. It all depends on what was happening.
When you talk about like the aesthetic of the way that 8 Mile portrayed things, do you think that it did a great job at piecing things together, like how things looked? Like, was it like authentic to the time period and
Yeah.
whatnot?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. They recreated that motherfucker. Man, you gotta remember, dude, it was such and with my own eyes, I, just reminiscing on it. You had a city, man. I think we probably had like maybe one movie a year here, like on some stupid shit, like some fucking, I think Jay Leno did a movie here. Like, it was something I had looked up because I was like, why in the fuck? I mean, no, I knew what they were doing, but I was like, man, when has a movie been in Detroit? Like, I know people have based movies out of Detroit, but they do them in LA and New York. But when has a full-fledged Universal Pictures did a movie? It was like, somebody was telling me like Jay Leno did a movie here like in the 90s. So when Universal came to town to produce the movie, I mean, not to produce it, because Paul and Stewart Parr produced it. Universal went full-fledged, so they recreated like the Shelter when it was throwing up and all of that. That was a recreation of the Shelter. And I think for, I don't know, maybe legal purposes. Now, Chin-Tiki was never a place we went to. It was Stanley's, but I mean, maybe some legal things. So they did use Chin-Tiki, as that wasn't a part of our party ram. That was in our party circle. They used that for maybe for copyright reasons. I don't know.
Got you. Okay. So you were actually at the Blaze battle where Proof battled that female, right?
Yep.
And so I interviewed Poison Pen, and he spoke about like, I guess people were really upset about how brutal Proof was when he was battling her. Man, roll a clip.
Anyway, he battled. It was at Tramps. There was another club that used to exist in New York City. And the Blaze battle was popping, and Proof battled a girl, don't remember her name. Yeah, don't remember her name. But long story short, he smoked her. Smoked her. But this is a different era. This is a different time. You know what I mean? Like, how battle rap has evolved into what it is now. It wasn't that at the time. So he battled a girl, a female, a woman, whatever you want, you know, and he was very out of pocket. You know what I'm saying? Just saying, you know, like he's battling her, he disrespecting her. Let's be real. He's smoking her, but you know, being very politically incorrect for the most part. So see, they gave her a sympathy vote because they like it was like, oh, like it was like, oh, you bully, oh, you shouldn't be doing that. But like, it's a battle, bro. There's no rules. So he was saying he was wilding on her, and the judges didn't like that shit. So they gave her the sympathy vote. But she definitely did not win, and he definitely did. But she got the sympathy vote, and in the next round, she ended up getting smoked anyway because she didn't win the first round. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, Proof kind of got disqualified for just being disrespectful to Shorty. You know, I wish I remember her name, but I don't remember her name.
Can I tell a historical story, if you will? Will you let me?
Yep.
Okay, so we were in Detroit at the time, and as you know, Paul Rosenberg, our boy, because we all like that's our family. Paul was out in New York doing his thing, and he was at the time, I think he was managing Eminem. And you know, Paul was in the music industry set. He was in there, you know, with his guy Theo Settlemeyer, and he was working at kind of a hip law office, you know, Cutler and Settlemeyer. And Paul calls me out of the blue. He says, "Man, Mark, I got a situation. Maybe Proof might want to do it." I said, "What's going on?" He says, "Man, I hooked up, you know, the promoters or whatever heard about Proof, and I got Proof to be one of the rhymers, one of the contestants in the Blaze battle." I said, "What?" But he said, "Look, good news, bad news. It's this Thursday." And I remember Paul called me on a Monday, and he said, "Man, let's get Proof on the call." And I said, "Okay, that's cool." So we get Proof on a three-way, pause, and he's like, Proof like, "Yeah, let's do it. You know, we in Detroit." And so Paul like, okay, I'm gonna tell y'all gonna do it. I said, so I instantly I went to go book me and Proof some flights for I got the tickets. I got the tickets for us to New York on that Thursday. We was gonna come in Thursday afternoon. And then then I tried to get a hotel room, and during that time, back then, that was at 99, 98. Rooms was like the fucking stock market. They would triple overnight. So they gave me this crazy ass number. And I was like, I could afford it, but I called Paul back. I was like, "Man, Paul, man, to get a hotel and to make this like whatever, man, it's got." And then Paul like, "Oh man, that's no problem. Y'all could come just crash at my house." And at the time, Paul was, you know, he had like he had a nice apartment. It was really, really nice, but he had like 4 or 5 he had like maybe 4 roommates. But it was in Jersey City, Jersey. And Paul was like, y'all just crash in my spot." I said, "All right, bet." So that Thursday, I said, "Proof, you ready?" Like, "I'm ready. I'm on point." So we go to the airport, we fly, we get to the airport, we get there, you know, Paul live in Jersey City, so we just went to a hotel and we like tipped them to keep our bags. So we just had our bags. It was only a day trip. We was like, fuck it, we gonna fly in and out. Fuck it. Cause we didn't want to be an inconvenience to Paul because you know he had other roommates. So we was like, fuck it. You know, we just gonna crash on Paul's couch. So we get there, we get in the place, man, it is such Paul meet us there. But man, it is so contemptuous. It's like, it's so like, it was like New York. Speaking of the Warriors, it was like, man, it was something like the Warriors movie. It was a New York crowd. It was like And it was just me, Proof, and Paul. And we was like, what the fuck is going on here? And everybody is, man, it was a rough crowd. And we seen a gaggle. I mean, a big gaggle of the Roots. We talking about Black Thought was there. The only person that wasn't there was Questlove. I remember him, but they was all there to support their rhymer. Dice Raw was in the battle. And man, and they was like, they were, and I'm like, oh, okay, the Roots. And I had never, in my promo coming, I had never worked the Roots. I had never worked the Roots, right? So I could say, hey man, what's up? What's up, Black Thought? I knew who he was, of course, but I didn't know him because I never worked none of their records. So I was like, okay. So we just standing there, Proof get on stage. The first one is like lightweight. The first battle Proof had, because it was almost like a round robin, if you will. And the first guy, Proof just destroyed him. And the thing of it is that it was based on the applause of the audience. That's how they did this battle. But Proof, and this guy he didn't even need to, this guy didn't even need to deserve a mic. And Proof annihilated. I believe Proof had one more battle. And I noticed, like, the Roots started booing Proof. I was like, what? I said, but it was a raw crowd. But it wasn't, he didn't battle Dice Raw. Dice Raw was just barely he was barely winning, but the Roots had a strong, they were massive in there. Like, the Roots, they came from Philly and fucking, like, they came at like 3 buses or whatever. They was in the house. The Roots were in the house. So I noticed they were like, kind of booing, like, but I kind of get that Dice Raw is their boy. So I was like, okay, I see what's going on. So then in the semifinal, and it's in the Blaze. I need to buy the magazine, but it's in this story. Well, not the kind of the way I'm telling it, but Blaze Battle. They did cover it in one of their magazine article, in one of their magazines during this time. So it's this rapper girl. She gets up there, and Proof is about to battle this girl. And once, man, not to say Paul, me, or Proof is the toughest, but man, we all held our ground. We was from hip hop. We wasn't no hoes, man. We knew what we was up against, but we stood our ground. Even though that club was fucking packed with New Yorkers, and it was a fucking New York motherfucking night. And it was a Philly night too. So all of a sudden, Proof gets up and battles this girl. And she goes first. And no, Proof goes first. And man, Proof, like, annihilate her. He annihilated her. But he started saying, girl, I'll cut your titties open and I'll split it. And he kind of it was kind of like, it wasn't a pro-woman battle rap. Proof, like, went her every which way possible. What he usually do, he looks at his opponent, he sees weaknesses, he sees the weakness, and he goes after it like a shark in the water. He goes after the blood. I started noticing, man, the crowd started booing Proof. Like, what Proof was doing, I mean, it was like, man, they really, you there, Panda, right?
Yeah.
Okay, no, no, so they started booing him, and I'm seeing Black Thought like, damn, motherfucker, y'all booing it like, boo, boo, boo. And I was like, okay, I was thinking that maybe they was like trying to get, Dice Raw, like, they was like trying to, get rid of my boy Proof out of the battle, say booing Proof. But Proof is like slicing this girl up. So then she gets the mic. Man, she gives a elementary rap. I think it was, but she was like, yeah, she said something like, and you and this, yeah, fuck Detroit. And everybody was like, man. So, man, like I said, this was on applause ratings. So instantly, man, everybody, like, all the Roots they like, oh, they was jumping in joy for her, and everybody was booing Proof. So Proof lost the battle. Now, funny enough, Dice Raw was next, and he got his ass beat too. I shouldn't say ass, because I like some what Dice Raw say, but Dice Raw, he lost too. So, and then, man, we just left. We said, I believe she might have lost in the finals, but after that, because I wanted to make sure Dice Raw was going to lose too. I was like, man, because like all the Roots, like Black Thought and all that was, all that was there, and they was like, I didn't like that feeling. I didn't like that, like this going against my man, So I was like,
So you
okay.
think that it was strategic? You think it was
I
strategic?
don't know. Maybe it was they knew her and they was defending her and they knew her. I didn't know the dynamic because I'm telling you, the point is, if Paul would have said, "Hey man, come meet me in Haiti," we'd be like, "Okay, what's the weather like?" We were like so gung ho on everything, it didn't even matter. So hey, we just showed up. We didn't know the whole. Yeah, and so we went back to Paul's house. We went with our heads down, and we were on a it's the pathway because we were in Manhattan, so we had to get to Jersey City. So we was underwater in that I think it's called the pathway train, and a Proof was like, man, you think I went too hard? And I was like, no, you didn't. I was like, nah, bro. Every worth it. I was like, bro, you killed it. I was like, I wouldn't change one thing. I was hyping my man up. 'Cause, Proof was my dog, man. He had my back how I had his back. So Proof couldn't do no wrong. So I said, nah, man, fuck that. Fuck them hating ass motherfuckers in that club. Fuck it. So, and that's how that went. So yeah, man. And we went to Paul's apartment. We just said fuck it. We just said, hey, we had a laugh, and hey, we got up the next morning and we got our bus because we want to like, because Paul had it was a nice gorgeous apartment, but he did have like 3 or 4, maybe 3 roommates, and we didn't want to like pin. So we got our ass. We flew back that Friday, and we said, hey man, we just say we was just like, hey man, and I was hyping it up because I was like, man, dude, you did your thing. And then I knew like it's they all of this is like it was documented, so they had proof photo, they had all the protect because it was only like 8 people in that battle. I believe it was only 8. I had that magazine forever, and I don't know. I think my ex threw it away or something, being deceitful. But it was 8 people, and man, they took all the photos, and yeah, man, it was so wild. That was a great memory, man. But man, we were definitely in the lion's den, and it was like it was so crazy. But that was fun times, man. It was fun.
It's crazy because I interviewed Poison Pen because he was in the battle too, I believe, or he was there at least, right?
Okay.
And he says that like the crowd was booing because Proof was going just so ham on the girl.
Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah.
Yeah. And they felt the way about it, like, oh, you're not supposed to be going at a female like that,
Yeah. Now, mind you, it was during the late 90s where gentlemen was gentlemen. I don't think I never said nothing bad to a woman until 2001. I don't think I ever called a woman out of my name probably until like I don't think so. So everybody, all men was so nice to women during that era. But yeah, it was that.
But do you think that you guys felt the way towards the Roots after that because of their excessive booing?
Nah, because honestly, it was only like me, Proof, and Paul. It wasn't like no bad, it was. And then honestly, Proof was, they were doing because Blaze was doing a photo shoot for the participants, and so we were like, Proof was backstage. Like it was just, I don't want to put Paul in. I don't, I'm just telling you, I was standing right near. I was in the crowd, and that was like, so they were like, no, it was never no ill. It was never no ill thing. And to be honest with you, I would want to know, do Black Thought even remember it? To be real with you, he might not even be remember. He might have just been there to hold Dice Raw down, you know?
Right. I could have sworn I just saw the actual magazine recently too. Somebody posted it. I think it was.
Yeah, I bet you they did.
I think it was Poison Pen that posted it too on his stories, showing like the articles.
Wait a minute. I think it was. It might have been Jay-Z on the cover.
I don't remember. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I know I found it on eBay. Maybe it's gone now. I think maybe like last year, because it was crazy. Because Nassan had asked me about it, and I was having dinner with Nassan, and I was telling him he said, he always had heard about it. And I said, man, it's on eBay. He was like, no, it ain't. I was like, dude, that magazine is on eBay, and I was gonna like surprise him, but you know how life happens, and you get so much shit going on. But yeah, that went down.
All right, man. This next one is serious. All right, it's it's adding on to something that you had brought up earlier.
Mm-hmm.
The groupie stories, man.
What?
You was out here getting your groove on. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So what about the group?
You had the Isley brothers playing "Groove with You."
all right. Yeah.
But all right, so for you to come from being a normal guy, obviously, and you're not even the star, but like you and the crew in the vicinity, and everybody getting their taste, and you reaping some of the benefits,
Right.
of being a
Right.
part of. What was that experience like for you?
Well, I got to say right now, I'm just telling you my personal life. Like, as a teenager, I was just some fat kid. But when I was 18, 17, I was in the music business. I was interning. And when I was 19, I literally had my own marketing company. I founded my own marketing company. So I had already been in the music business a long time. So I always, had, got some of the spoils. But yeah, when you are with that, or with a top carrot like with Eminem, that's that whole era. Yeah, you have fun. It's always like all type of stuff. Yeah. Girls are like,
How crazy are we talking? We talking like they already knew like what hotel room y'all was in? You went to the hotel room, they was in there?
It's way different. It's way different nowadays. Like, no, it was, they knew the hotel rooms. They would, and then, of course, you had like, people from the hotel be like, hey, Eminem coming in. And then we had tour buses, and then like, even if, the towns, we would come into a town and we had to unload, we would stop at that hotel, and then we were
unload.
Yeah, to unload your suitcases. You're a dirty man. You're a dirty man. No, I'm talking about no, unload your, the bags and the permit. And then another thing we did, and I'm not saying we were rocket scientists, but we used to wrap our buses. We used to wrap it with, we had a bus, and we would wrap it with D12, or we would get like some kind of company to sponsor, the tour, and then that would be wrapped. So yeah, so they knew what was up, and then we would go to after parties and say, hey, we had such and such, we had to know more or something like that. So yeah, that wasn't no problem. Proximity wasn't nothing.
But can you talk about some of the crazy stories or involving you? I'm not saying like
I don't even remember. Well, we just talking Mark Hicks, because everybody else, they was drinking milk and they were eating cookies. I was the only lucky guy that, that happened to. I don't wanna tell other people's adventures.
right.
Yeah, right. But I would say, yeah, it was just fun, man. It was fun. And some of them I can't even remember, to be honest with you, because as your fans, I mean, as your subscribers and your world renowned commenters, they know me as Mark Doughboy Hicks. The history with Doughboy is like my drunk persona. Nowadays, it's not that much. It's just I done had the name basically my whole life. So I have Doughboy used to be like, Mark Hicks was like the Clark Kent, but Doughboy, it would be fun, man. That would be in in the hotel lobby, being cool. I'm like, yeah, that's like so. Yeah, man, it takes me to another. It's not liquid courage because I hate that terminology, but get a little, when the party's done, the work is done, and the after party proceeds, and we settle with the after party and the ladies. Yeah, you just have fun, man. You get to meet some friends.
Wait, so you was fucking models and stuff like that?
Well, I mean, it was some times I hit the lottery a couple of times, but I mean, it was a lot of, but mind you, man, this wasn't, and I gotta say this, because I gotta throw in there my brethren from the street promo guys, the record industry, my guys across the country, and I'm not gonna name names, but I got a syndicate of promo guys, and we was all having fun back then. It didn't just take a superstar artist. We were in the music business, so we would be like having fun no matter where we went. So yeah. Yeah, it was fun though. It was fun. Some of them I don't even remember. Huh?
Can you talk about your craziest? Can you talk about your craziest experience?
Shit. It was a time I was in Dallas. And fuck it, I'll say it. My heart is knocked on wood hill. I remember it was this girl. I don't know if she was a model, but she was damn near. And we were in like a prestigious hotel. And I was drunk. And this is when you didn't have a lot of cameras. This was like '01. And I noticed, how it was on like one of the hotel, it wasn't in the lobby. How you got a hotel floor and it has like a seating area like by the elevator. Man, she was there doing some coke. I said, all right, what's going on? I, I did coke. I wasn't an addict, but I did like in my life. I did some, coke during that era. But I was like a recreational. And she was doing a line. I said, give me one of them. Give me some of that motherfucker. I snorted. And man, she started sucking my dick. Like by the elevator. Cause she was like, what room you in? And I was like, I don't even know what room I'm in. And okay, I'll admit, I got a voice like a fourth, like a 1980s fourth, like a what, a B list, a D list actor. I got like a cartoon voice, and I can imagine. I was like, man, I don't even know where my room at. Can we do it here? She's like, fuck it. We both just did a line. I was like, fuck it. And she started sucking my dick. Man, the elevator opens, and it was a couple. It was a white couple too. They get off the elevator, and they get off, and they look at us, and they just keep walking. I was like, all right, Dallas is in the motherfucking house. And I'm like, they just was like, I really was like, we ain't even gonna want to deal. We just go into our room. So man, I don't know what happened, but I think I found like my key, and then I went to my room. We had some more fun, but man, it was like just shit like that. It was like just fun, man. And then honestly, my memory was kind of bad because you know we were experimenting with mushrooms. Now, Kane was like, it wasn't, man. I probably did maybe like Kane like maybe 8 or 10 times in my life. I don't know, but and the older I got, my doctor did say that And they ask you, do you, and this is like, I ain't trying to be a killjoy with this story, but our doctor was like, "Have you ever did cave?" I was like, "Yeah, I have." And he said, "How?" I was like, "Maybe like 8 or 10 times." He's like, "Well, that's 8 or 10 times too much." And he said that, you genetic wise, your heart, and he was like, "I don't know." He was like, It might have like, and like I said, I'm back, knock on wood, I'm back better. I mean, I'm back, I'm like at this age, I'm back cool, I'm good. But yeah, it was just fun, But mostly we did like mushrooms, we did like, alcohol. We really didn't do like no really hard shit. We talk about, doing a line, that was it. But I don't believe none of us got hard on anything, not at all. It was
No
almost like
pills.
fun. Oh, they did pill. I never did pills. I wasn't a big pill fan. The only thing I did, I'm just speaking for myself. I did mushrooms, a little bit of pills, stuff like that. I guess this interview, I can't run for Senate of Michigan no more. No, but I'm glad. No, I'm flat off, flat off. But no, I never did. I never was a big pill fan.
Hmm. So what other crazy groupie stories you got?
Man, I can't even man, it's some not keeping real. It is some with other participants. Like, like just like we were just having fun. Like I'm not saying it was an orgy, but it was like just hanging with certain people, and I don't wanna I
Oh,
don't
I knew you was at them Diddy parties. No, I'm just like,
uh,
I'm just like
nah. It was just
no, I'm playing.
fun, man.
Yeah.
And it was like fun because you didn't wanna, you know, honestly, the rule of engagement is, you got with a girl, and if she was gonna be so privy to, give you some or whatever, you don't want to be like, you don't want to turn it into like some wild shit. Like, oh, it's two other guys over here. You don't want to do that. Or that wasn't part
Right.
of me. You would like, sleek over like on some Biggie shit. You would sleek over to a certain girl in the arena or something, and say, "Hey, what's going on with you? What's going on? You coming to the after party?" No, something like that. But mind you, I was very experienced because I'm from the music business, so it didn't shake me at all.
Do you look back like at all those experiences in a very fond way? Like you're grateful for your experience in them?
Yeah, I do, but I wish I would have got married. I think, me and you in our off talks, just on our chats, like we talk about it, but I think I wish I'd have got married. I'm not saying it's over for me, like the door ain't locked, but I wish I'd have got married, and like I
Man,
think
you still only 25 years old. You got plenty of time.
you're right. You're right. That's it. You're right. But I think that, the fun of it all, I mean, I blew a ton of money. So I kind of look back. I'm kind of like the optimist, but I criticize myself. I was like, man, if I would have had a good woman, like really like together, would keep me together. Oh man, I would have been like on a whole nother level. And some of my friends, they made the right choice and got themselves together and got a good woman, and it's like it improved. So yeah.
So is that one thing that you kind of regret in your career is that blowing
Yeah.
money?
Oh yeah. Oh damn, no, I ain't gonna regret that. Uh, yeah, I do regret it, but I like I like having fun. But it's
What
always
would you
more
say
money
that
to
you
get.
spent so much of your money on though? Like buying cars or what?
Just whatever. Fun. A motherfucker is not go. If a motherfucker is blowing money, he's not doing a diary. Trust me. Motherfuckers who
No, you
blow
know what?
money.
You know what I heard? Because from your interviews, use like a strip
Don't say
club
that
fanatic.
word. Don't say that word. Or what you saying?
A strip club fanatic.
Yeah, but that's like you a strip club lifestyle. Okay, this one guy, right? This is a real. This is a true story. Man, I went one time. I wanted to get me a Rolex, and matter of fact, my money wasn't at that level. I started making money, but I had the money in my pocket to buy a nice Rolex, right? And when I went in there, this one brother, he said, "Man, I got a question to ask you." I was like, I even forgot how much the Rolex was, right? But he said, "Man, do you have, like, you want to buy this Rolex? Do you have the lifestyle of a Rolex owner?" I said, "What you mean by that? Well, do you got this? Do you got that? Do you got this?" And some of the check marks I didn't have. And that motherfucker talked himself out of a purchase, but I noticed that. I made a mental note. I say, "Man, I gotta first have the Rolex lifestyle in order to buy the Rolex." So I like went, and it wasn't like that was inspiration, but then when I got to that certain level, which by the glory of God I did, then I like really started blowing shit. Like I say, man, even me coming on here and saying this, it's kind of like I feel like an idiot, but I mean, yeah, I blew money, but hey, every day is a new day. But yeah, I did, like I said, I can't speak for nobody else. I'm just speaking from the life and times of Mark Hicks. But yeah, it was crazy. But I think I did some good stuff. I helped my parents along the way. I did some great stuff for my parents. I mean, that ain't like blowing money, and I did some nice things for certain women, not strip, well, I did date a few strippers, so I can't lie, but I think I did some good things for people. But yeah, I wish I would have like been more, more accounting wise with my money.
Mark, let me ask you, man. Do you ever think about writing a book?
Yeah, it will. And I had a title. I'll write this book when everybody's dead. Cause some of the stuff I wanted to talk about, but no, I could write a book, but and then if I write a book, I want it to be real because myself, I'm a I love books. That's my hobby. I don't play video games. I don't do none of that. I don't do like I'm. It's like I have a very I have favorite TV shows and I got books. And I don't really, really, really watch a lot of TV. My friends are always beating me up because, man, you're supposed to watch this. And I got like certain like Sopranos, Boardwalk Empire, Mad Men. And I just watch them over and over. And I read books and I read books. I don't really read novels. I read, self-help books, and I read my main entree of books I read is about biographies, autobiographies and biographies. Cause I just like this I just read about you know, Jeff Bezos, and I read about Howard, I should know him, the guy who was he wasn't the founder of Starbucks, but the guy who took Starbucks to another level. Howard Schultz. And so I read them books. So if I want a book, I want it to be like going there. I want it to be, but I do think that if it's not a biography, I think I could write a good fictional book. But I don't know,
What about a
man.
music industry book, though?
Yeah, like that book, that Vinyl, like that TV show Vinyl. A lot of people didn't watch it. It was really slept on, but like Vinyl, HBO Vinyl. I didn't really like Empire. I don't know, but I missed the first season I got, and I can't diss it, but I kind of became disinterested. But yeah, I would like to do that. You know, I would like
I
down the
think that would
line.
be dope.
Yeah, I think it would. Yeah, that. Yeah, you know.
What's
But see,
going on?
huh?
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I think it's go. I think it's gonna go down. I got a plan in mind. I want to, and I know we've been on this for a minute, but thank you for having me. But I got this. I found this up north heat. And it's gonna be like a whole universe where we're gonna have we tentatively gonna have a show on Shade 4-5, like in the midnight hours. It's been kind of banded around. It's gonna be called the 12 a.m. show, hypothetically. And this is gonna be a fun, free, like a fun, devil may care show. And I want to launch this Up North Heat because I want to bring back a contribution. And I hope I'm not jumping the gun here, but I want to bring a contribution back to where I came, where I came from, my music community. And I definitely want to do something in that area. But once I'm done with that, I think I want to be like married and writing a book. Once I found this, this is my third time being a founder. My promo company, Hicks Promotions, and then the company I co-founded with Rico, Dirty Management, where we managed D12, we managed a rapper, we managed Boss for a minute, we managed Boss for a minute. We had very little to do with Obi Trice, because his brother Terry Wilson did the bulk of it, but we were like kind of a support system where we were helping each other out with our management companies. So I co-founded that with Rico Shelton. And then the third one, and I think this is gonna be, and I'm not saying because nothing is final in life unless you're in the grave, but I do want to do something like with this Up North Heat. I've been working on this for a couple of years, just backing it up, and so it's almost time to launch.
Yeah, man. I was just about to ask you what's going on with that. You've been talking about doing this for like 3 years now.
40 years, honestly. But no, it's about done. But you just had to get everything in order. Like I want to do it, with me being a consultant in the music business, I see the pitfalls. So I wanted the trademarks right. I wanted the domains right. We had to bid on the domain. It's a lot to that we had to do. So it's almost about done.
Yeah, man. I'm really excited for it. I can't wait. Do you know when you're thinking about launching finally?
Maybe in June. It's looking like June or May. Very soon though. We got the pilots in the can. It's very more closer than ever, to be honest with you. It's like we've got some shows already taped, and so we gotta like with the timing, we've gotta take some music out. But yeah, it's coming soon.
If you had to describe it, what exactly is it?
It's that's a 1-minute elevator pitch. It's gonna be a Michigan show for It's gonna be a radio show for Michigan artists, primarily hip hop, but it's gonna be a place where Michigan artists. It's gonna be a platform where we're gonna do charts. We're gonna like have shows. We're going to promote Michigan artists at one point. And Up North Heat, when I say Up North Heat, we really are talking about the seven up north states, like Ohio, Minnesota, the Indianas, but we've got to crawl before we walk. And so the first couple of years will be nothing but Michigan.
That's dope, man. All right. This is my last question. You got the opportunity to sign 5 Detroit artists to a label. These are artists on the come up. Who you picking and why?
So I gotta say this. You talking about current, or you talking about can I go back in time and somebody that's past? Current. Okay. Currently, and we're not talking no contracts. Honestly, I would say for one, it would have to be like, it would be like Rio, the young OG. I think that kid has so much. I think and mind you, my qualifications and what I would invest in is the look and the style, the total look and the style. It's like it's got to be everything, because I'm thinking, I know 360s is cast is like shading on, but I want to make it where if we got to sell restaurants or we got to do whatever, I'm looking on the whole mission of how Eminem, they got clothing, they got mom spaghetti. I'm talking about where you can exponentially take an artist to a whole nother level. I would say Rio, the young OG, definitely Cash Doll. I think Cash Doll, that young lady has so much potential, and her acting chops. We was talking about BMF earlier. I think she makes great music. I think her style, is so many different ways. She has a huge potential. So I would definitely sign her. Um, I would sign. If I could get all of the Doughboy cash outs together to do a project, I definitely would do the Doughboy cash outs. Trying to think. I think Nisha Nashay. Nisha Nashay, she has a niche. I think Nisha is very talented. She's got a great, unique voice. And the fifth one, I gotta say, man, I know I'm going more. Vay Vanilla is dope. Vay Vanilla, she's a nice young lady. Nah, I can't. Wait a minute, I did too. Wait a minute, I did because I'm looking, I got my Up North Heat. I'm at my desk and I got my Up North Heat files. When you asked that question, I had it I'll say Cash Doll, Doughboy Cash Out, Rio's.
Or we can stick with 4.
We can stick with 4. What was yeah, I would say damn.
How you not listening to Nassan?
Well, Nassan is already, but I'm off, but he's not on the list because Nassan is, no matter what, I got his back forever, no matter what.
Right. But it's still nice to acknowledge,
Yeah, Nassan, yeah.
All right, Mark, man, I just want to thank you so much for your time, bro. I had so many questions. I moved it to the next interview already.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it the next time.
Yeah. Is there anything else you want to say to the people before we go ahead and wrap it up?
Just everybody treat each other nice. Everybody, man, every soul is just making it through life. And don't make it hard for the next soul. Be nice. Be kind to each other. I know I'm sounding like, hopefully I do sound like an OG, but man, everybody be going through so much, like I was talking to one of my friends and, matter of fact, Trick. And, I was talking with him and he sounded kind of down. And I was like, I thought that was, but then I go on Instagram and he lost his dog and he'd had this dog. I'm a dog lover too. I had a dog for 16 years and it was a trip because I lost my dog and my dog was older than his dog. But I looked on Instagram and, Trick lost his dog. And man, his dog was with him like for 13 years and you just don't know. And Trick is a tough guy. He's a grown man. And man, I admire Trick, for sure. But I'm just like, that shit that's like, damn, man, you never know what motherfuckers going through. I ain't calling him, this shit is my friend, but that kind of, I know that fucked it, that, and he had that dog at least like maybe 14, 15 years. I had my dog damn near 16 years. And man, you just don't know what people going through. So, treat everybody kind. And, even like sometimes I'll be sarcastic and joke on people. Sometimes it's word, they need to get some of my sarcasm, but I even like kind of temper down on my sarcasm because you just don't know what people going through. You could be being a smart ass to somebody and you just don't know what's happening, So I just say be kind, everybody be kind to each other.
Yeah.
Especially those fucking commenters that's gonna talk shit about me.
I always say that everybody is going through something that nobody knows anything about.
Right.
And that's true, man. But I tried to kick back too, man, because I got tired of making fun of your hairline and stuff like that. I know you was taking it rough, bro, so
It ain't even that bad. It ain't even that
bad. Nah, man, I love you, my brother, You already
you too,
know, man. We talk all the time anyways,
Well, But hey, I will say this though. And one last note, man. It's not the day. It's 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 literally surviving, and sometimes I used to say that, and even like, like even my age, right? I would say like, damn, but to go through what I've been through just with the deaths and just heartaches and shit, even heartbreaks, and just like seeing my parents in caskets, and I've lost two sisters. They one of them died of cancer, one of them died of asthma, and I lost my brother last year. And to go through that and still like crack jokes with Panda and still like have a smile, and that's tough, man. And if anybody's going through that journey or they've been through that journey, hey, I'm with you, because it takes it takes a lot to get up and get on your own 2 feet, and when you've been through a lot, it's still want to fight it out, still want to battle in life. So hey, I love everybody. I ain't saying I ain't gonna love everybody, but I admire everybody in their journeys.
No doubt, man.